We welcome you all back to the 10 hours of the DGFX series finale here from the circuit, the Barcelona, Catalunya. We're on the second caution of this race here live on the Global Sim Racing channel via the iRacing Esports Network, and pit stops have just been commenced. The field has been released from pit stops again, and what we can say, guys, that is, by the way, still Stefan Schlacher speaking to you right now alongside Rocker Stallone, and now joining us, Christian Chelina, Sean Ambrose still on the camera duties here today. We have seen a lot of cars being in pit lane.
Yeah, I was thinking actually right before we got that full course yellow, there was a couple of cars out there that were kind of tight to the hour, especially in the GT Pro class when it came to fuel. A couple of guys had to stop for the hour, so I think it was pretty convenient for them that yellow came out just afterwards, and it's going to put them in a much better fuel scenario. Cars like the Kinetic Racing car that had Mark Torres behind the wheel, that pitted about a minute and a half before the yellow came out, and about a minute and a half before the top of the hour as well, so that's going to be in a much better position for fuel for the rest of the race now.
Pierre-Benoit Lemieux, still your leader of this motor race, Saddle Knight Racing, that is, if you have not joined us recently. He did take over from his teammate of Patrick Pelchat, who was in the car for roughly 70 laps. However, because of the pit stops, Nicolas Domino of PC Motorsports Xenon has pretty much closed in the gap on Pierre-Benoit Lemieux, there we go, as they are now right behind each other. Once again confusing those two PCDC Motorsports cars. It's obviously Adrian Refsnes in second place in the car of PCDC Motorsports Argon, with Xenon being fourth, one lap down on your leaders.
We have had some class shuffling going on because of those pit stops under yellow, and I think it's going to have tightened up the GT Pro class even more than it already was.
It'd be nice to see some racing with these guys nose to tail again. It's the most exciting racing in my mind, and when they all get together and they get a little antsy, these cars have been going full speed for an hour and a half, creeping around this circuit right now. Always interesting to see how the patience runs if they have it, and if they want to possibly pick up that one or two spots on the start.
This is quite an interesting track and car combination in my mind, because it's pretty wide compared to some of the other tracks that we've got on this schedule, and I really thought that it would make lap traffic a little bit easier for these guys to deal with, but it definitely looks like the P1s and the P2s are still struggling with catching GT cars in high-speed corners. Even though the track's so wide, they're still not able to actually get around them as easy as I was expecting they would be able to.
Yeah, Christian, I decided I was going to take a small little stint, just took the Audi, the R8 out for about a half-hour session. And I got to agree, it's definitely wide. There's a lot of space to make a mistake, which is great for myself. One thing I noticed is those curbs. Those curbs will jump out and get you. And in a race like this, with so much time, it's amazing how fast you can damage the car and really kind of ruin your day.
Yeah, and some of the GT cars, especially actually the Audi, are pretty unforgiving when it comes to curbs as well, so you definitely have to be careful with it if you're in one of those cars.
It's fun though, the way they handle it. You said it was an interesting track combination. It's definitely on the upper echelon of fun. Some of these tracks, they could be work, but just the general layout, the old school GP layout, it's great, and it looks like we're going back to green.
Yeah, going back to green, Pierre-Benoit Lemieux is right away stretching from Adrian Resnes, who pretty much got handed that track position by his teammate. Our first few LMP1s most definitely had a very easy time going through the traffic. This time because they pretty much had none. Nacho Llanos right now your leader in the GT Pros, pretty much the same thing for him as of right now. However, since he is pretty much at the top of this field, there will be a lot of LMP2s trying to come around him pretty very soon, as now also who is standards Ronnie Fantini at the head of the LMP2 field is making his way through the last two GT Pro cars, now going into Wurt. They are most definitely also having a rather easier job than last time around.
Some of the P2 cars have been very, very aggressive. We're seeing a lot of 3 wide with these guys trying to cut through the pack, and a couple of GT Pro cars nearly getting forced off the track here, so I can't imagine those guys are going to be too happy about this right now.
Somebody's off in the back. I see a cone in the back. I saw a cone getting thrown. That's always a sign of somebody getting a little aggressive.
It's understandable though, with especially how close all the classes are. We've talked a lot about how GT Pro is very, very close, but the P2 battle is also equally close inside the top 5, so when you've got this much traffic and the margins are so small, you kind of don't really have a lot of choice other than to be very aggressive.
Robert Rateda nearly running in. Nacho Llanos came back onto the track after going onto the curb. Rata is losing that 3rd place to Lewis Foster going into 11th. Foster much better on the brakes than Ratai. Ratai, I think, first time in this car. No, actually, Rattray, sorry. He is already in this car once again for about his 2nd stint. So Robert Rattray now in 3rd place with Nomad Sim Racing, taking over 2nd place here again. As especially in the midst of the GT Pro field, there's a lot of because there's quite frankly still a lot of LMP2s trying to find their way around.
David Barklow, that was rough. There, that was tough. He almost got into the back of that BMW. I don't know exactly who that was, but that was some quick thinking on his part. Whew.
And that was our class leader actually before the full course yellow came out, so now back in 6th place, so that's obviously not where they want to be, and consequently Barclay is trying to be very aggressive to move himself back to the head of the class.
Yeah, I wonder why Barclay is now in 6th place, because looking at pit stop times, everyone in the ahead of him did only have 20 seconds worth of pit stops, but he himself had 1 minute and 12 seconds worth of pit stop time, as we are looking at the battle for 4th place between Niklas Domino, Julian Riblo and Matthias Hoffmann, going past them to put another lap on those guys.
Also, Mark Torres feeling some pressure from Stellan Lindeberg in the 219. Got a little wide. Looks like he's going around him. Trying to go around him now. Side-by-side battle.
And able to get that one away, Stellan Lindeberg is, so he's back up to 2nd place. Now only ahead of him is Samba Racing Team, that's Nacho Llanos, but he's already going through Wurt. So a little bit of catch-up to do for 2nd place driver now, Stellan Lindeberg.
And it looks like that 280 Kinetic Racing Velocity car just doesn't quite have the pace of the other class leaders. Ferraris just look like they're a little bit quicker than the BMW around here, but keeping themselves in play for late in the race, they're not falling off of this lead pair. They're just unable, it seems, to directly fight them.
By the way, guys, since it is 4 p.m. or nearly 5 p.m. virtual standard time, I just would like to remind everyone that we only have 1 more hour of virtual daylight left until we enter the dark side of this race.
Starting to see those long shadows pop up. Those lights are standing out a little bit more. Stefan, again, I'm going to pick your brain. How much does it change when it's twilight? Statistically, driving is the most dangerous time on your public roads. How does it feel in a race car? How does it feel when that sun is peeking over that horizon and just starting to disappear?
Well, it gets interesting. Obviously, if you are driving from the daylight into the sunset, it's not too bad. Same as if you're driving from the sunset into the night. You have that slow translation into the darkness. But on some tracks, it can get quite interesting because you're driving extremely important corners into the sunset, which is one of the key corners, for example, at Sebring. Sunset Bend, you're driving straight into the sun there, and if you are a little bit unlucky with the sun position, you are actually completely blind flying into that turn. So it is always a little bit different from track to track.
Oh, wow.
But most
I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. That battle for third, fourth, and fifth between Storm, Guinness, Lindenberg, and Torres, that is heating up. Excuse me, it's Guinness, Storm, and Torres. They are battling back and forth. I'm sorry, I asked you a question and I cut you off your answer, but I didn't think you wanted to miss this.
Yeah, I tried to finish up my sentence possibly because I was noticing this battle. I just stopped talking. But yeah, as said, on some tracks it is extremely hard to drive in the sunset as Torres and Storm are still side by side, but Storm able to
Storm like a straight line wind going past Torres.
Yeah, taking away that fourth place, but Torres says nearly no and tries to go back, but he decides better of it. By the way, that Fisher Motorsports car of Aaron Corey, he is 2 laps down on these guys, so obviously not part of that fighting whatsoever.
Yeah, and with this GT Pro battle, the yellow definitely has kind of mixed up the class a little bit. We saw that Torres has not looked too hot since this restart. He's kind of been bullied out of the way by a lot of the other cars in class and fallen back a little bit now.
And guys, sorry, we have a lead change. Adrian Refsnes was able to get past Pierre-Benoit Lemieux. I don't know when that happened, but we do have the replay on that, so let's actually look at what happened between those two. Oh, it is going into Elf. Adrian Refsnes, the are in behind. And oh, Benoit just going very wide through Elf, missing his braking. And sure enough, that does seal the deal for Refsnes. So your championship leader right now. Also your race leader here at the 10 hours of Barcelona.
I think there's some strategy going on in this P1 class though, because we saw the satellite racing car was able to go quite a bit longer than some of the other cars in class in terms of fuel. So I'm wondering if that's playing into how Refsnes was able to pass him relatively easily, and it's pulled quite a big gap already.
So you're thinking that Pierre Benoit is most definitely in full stride of fuel saving?
Yeah, I think he's got to be not quite at maximum pace right now.
But look at that traffic there now. That is one of your GT Pro battles. One of the many. That battle right here is actually for 6th place, 7th place, 6th place. All right now on track. So yeah, these guys quite challenged with getting through this pack. Going now to the inside, Benoit Lemieux is of Marc Torres. By the way, the car that is chasing down Pierre Benoit is the lap car of Magnus Wallström, your former leaders of Hell Racers Gluttony. Former leaders until they ran out of fuel and brought out our first caution of the day.
And that's the risk that a lot of these P1 cars are taking. We saw another car, SKS Tribute, run out of fuel, but actually able to coast into the pit lane. And it's because they're so close to making the hour mark in terms of their strategy. Obviously, their full course yellow is going to help them out a little bit with that, but it goes to show how much these guys value being able to get that extra lap in terms of a strategy call.
And with that last caution, TSB Racing has actually had to retire the lead in the GTM class to Matthias Bäumler of Real Pixel Motorsport number 3. But as we know the pace of the TSB Racing car, I wouldn't be surprised to see them back in the lead sooner rather than later, with being pretty much every single lap a full second faster than the rest of the field.
Yeah, we see the...
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say we see that the yellow brought 4 cars onto the lead lap in that class, but the top 2 are already beginning to stretch away a little bit. It's a half second between the lead pair, but then it's a further 2.7 seconds back to 3rd place, which is the Graphite Racing AM car.
Oh, actually, second place in GT Pro is side by side, guys. Guinness versus Lindeberg. Lindeberg able to stay ahead, but for how much longer, with Guinness looking very racy for that second place through Europe car. Much better line for him as that LMP1 did lap both of them. Let's see what he can do going down the front stretch. We know that that Ferrari ahead of him is very damaged in terms of top straight speed. Here he goes to the right side. That's going to be the inside for Elf, and sure enough, he's able to clear him even before starting to break first turn. So current Guinness back inside the top 2.
Storm trying to get in there too. He's trying to get take advantage of this.
That damage has definitely got to be hurting Lindeberg. We see Storm, he had a look, but Lindeberg covered it off. The Hellraiser's car just doesn't look as stable as the other GT Pro cars right now. I've seen a couple of times where Lindeberg's had some really big moments. He's held onto the car, but definitely doesn't look as nailed down as the other cars in class.
Storm really fighting that car. Saw him in that cockpit, sawing that thing left and right, trying to keep it. He's all over the back. Lindeberg trying to be wide.
We see Guinness has managed to already stretch out a little bit of a gap here. But all this fighting over the second place in class has allowed the class leader, Samba Racing Car, to actually pull away. They're about 4.5 seconds in the lead now.
One thing I have to mention here, guys, is the fact that out of the 36 cars that have signed up for this race and have also taken the green flag, every single one is still racing in this motor race. So kudos to everyone keeping it very much clean throughout this race.
Yeah, I noticed that too. I mean, aside the 2 cautions, one was for someone running out of gas, and then we just had the unfortunate incident where that brought up the second caution. But other than that, it's been very clean, and it hasn't just been single racing. These guys have been around each other. They've been fighting for position. It's really a show. There's a lot of it, but it's definitely a great show, and I, for one, am enjoying it, and I'm sure you guys are too.
The white and red LMP2 that you just saw going past the battle that we're focusing on, that was the car that brought out that second caution, as we have there a little bit of contact for 3rd place. That's Red Tray versus Barraclaw, I think, and Daniel Croft in there too. What happened there?
It looked like there was about 3 wide going into turn 1, but Rattray was hit by seemingly nearly everybody right there.
Pinball.
Still kept the car straight.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, extremely lucky there for Rattray. Yeah, rather interesting first 2 corners of lap 196 for Robert Rattray of No Luck M Sport. Very much coming into play, that name there. Both times it seemed like he was there on full opposite lock. I wonder if Rattray is now fighting a little bit with the damage that he has sustained from both of those hits.
Whilst we were looking at that, Lindeberg has actually been passed by Storm in the GT Pro class.
It always works like that, right? We've been watching that battle for 4 or 5 laps and get our attention taken away, and let's have a look at it.
Yeah, we actually have that pass on replay for you viewers out there. So let's see what happened there for Michael Storm. It's going to be right down into turn 1. Goes to the right side of Stellan Lindeberg, better on the brakes, and with that, he keeps his car under control going the 12 turns, which is putting Virtual Motorsport once again on the bottom step of the podium. Third place, Michael Storm right now, still 4.5 hours to go. The LMP2 battle still is very hot for that last step on the podium themselves. This one is between Daniel Croft of the CQR Club 116 Machine versus Dave Berkel of Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew, the 181. Most definitely looking very hot at that third place. By the way, both cars right now in the position that they have started this race, 9th and 10th overall, respectively.
Yeah, the CQR Club cars actually won the past 2 rounds in this series, but doesn't quite look the same contender as it has been for those rounds. Running in 3rd right now, but definitely not able to match the pace of the Team Hissingveld car that's in the lead right now.
You think that's a setup question, Christian? You think they tried something different and it's just not working out for them?
It could definitely be down to that. It definitely doesn't look like it's got the same pace relative to the other cars in class that it has had for the other 2 rounds, and I don't think they'll be disappointed with this. I mean, they're still running 3rd right now in class, but they're definitely not looking as strong as, say, they did at Laguna Seca, where they absolutely dominated the class. They were clearly the fastest car the whole race.
We also, guys, by the way, have a battle for 6th place in the GTE class. That's Stefan Overgaard in his BMW leading the 248 Porsche of Team Heusenfeld's Christian Frank. And then right behind him, that's Julian Bell of Graphite Racing Pro. The 3 cars covered by just less than a second.
And this GT Pro class continues to be close throughout the field. We're actually seeing that the lead group seems to be closing up as well.
Samba Racing Team driver Nacho Yarnaz, he's in the pits.
And that's quite an early stop.
Seems
Obviously,
very early.
Yeah, and this is the thing. We had that full course yellow just around the 5 hours to go mark. So to be pitting 35 minutes later is a strange decision, and it seems to be quite a long stop in the box as well.
It's tough to deduce any kind of strategy that they might be trying to use. I mean, it's just really early. I'm not a math genius, but it seems like he could have gone a lot further on that tank, and I don't see, with so much race left to go, how that would really affect him. Unless they're just trying to get off strategy. It could be something they're going for, but again, I myself, I'm not able to understand exactly what that may have been.
Yeah, it for sure does seem like they're going off strategy, hoping for another caution that will benefit them. Meanwhile, we're watching once again a battle for 4th place in the GT class, with Florian Höhn now chasing down the Real Pixel Motorsport number 3 car. And interestingly enough, even though they are so much faster than anyone else in this race, storming out to 1 minute leads in both times we have seen Green Flag Racing, they are extremely struggling to get past that Real Pixel Motorsport car.
Yeah, and it's not really looked like they've had any clear opportunities to actually make the pass either. We see is sitting a little bit back right now, not exactly right up on the wing of the other Audi trying to pull off a pass or anything. So curious decision by them. I'm not sure whether they're just trying to save some fuel as well, or whether they really don't have the pace to match the real Pixel racing car right now.
And now that they have been spread out a little bit by that lapping traffic, let's jump up to the LMP class. In second place, we have a battle between Matthias Hoffmann and Pierre-Benoit Lemieux. Meanwhile, Adrian Refsnes has stormed out to a 10-second lead over second place driver Pierre-Benoit Lemieux. And yeah, it seems like Lemieux not really able to right now get back into his stride that he had at the beginning of this race.
Yeah, this is where I feel like it has to be a strategy decision, because we've seen that satellite racing car's got a lot of pace in it, so to fall 11 seconds behind from the PCDC Motorsports Argon car just seems unlikely on raw pace.
Just checking in on the no-look M Sport ride of Robert Rattray. He seems to be struggling. He's got Quintana all over his back. I don't know if that little pinball act is affecting him or anything, or if he's just struggling to get it back going. But he's been under fire for the last couple laps, and he's been making himself kind of wide.
Yeah, they're going now onto the front stretch, and as you noted, there Rattray most definitely won issue keeping his car under control. Now he is under pressure from Quintana going into Alpha, though he is able to withstand that pressure for now, as he still is in 6th place in his class.
Yeah, Rattray really fortunate in that incident that he had down at turn 1. It was quite the show, really. He definitely had some multiple car contact, but he doesn't appear to have picked up a lot of damage, if any at all. And obviously down the straight there, we saw that Quintana wasn't able to draft past him, so Rattray doesn't look like he's down on top end.
Let's see how this one plays out going into La Caixa, now going through Kamsa. Quintana, though, not really able to get much closer to Rattray than he was turning in. However, he seems to have quite some better performance in the low-speed turns. Let's look at once again. Much different lines for them, and it's working out so much better for Quintana than it is for Rattray ahead of him, who is having quite some issues to keep his car under checks.
Yeah, and you can see it in the lines, as you were saying there. Rattray just not able to hug the inside as well as Quintana could, so definitely looks like...
Oh, up ahead, sorry, we have the pass. 9th place between Carsten Thiel and Julian Öjen. Öjen not able to defend that position as they go 3 wide into turn 1 with the lap car of Christian Falk.
Yeah, we're seeing lap cars definitely play a key role in some of these battles. We'll see if we can possibly take a look at what happened.
Yeah, it is actually an interesting pass, because Öjen and Thiel had made contact. They are going into the braking zone, but it was rather fortunate that nothing happened between those two, as Carsten Thiel pulled over ever so slightly to the left and hit Öjen there on his right front corner. Going back alive, we could actually focus once again on the battle for second place in the LMP once, because Lemieux has been caught once again by Matthias Hoffmann, as there's some big troubles into Repsol. Boimler being sideways there. So Boimler just lost the lead to Florian Höhn in the GTM class.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at that, see if there's any contact, but good avoidance by everybody behind. We saw a couple of cars have to go through the gravel, but definitely preferable for Baumler to have that happen than them pile into him.
Get a great look here. What happened? Oh, that was rough.
Yeah, there we were on board with Boimler. There we can see now just going into Repsol. He just loses the rear deck a bit too hot into that right-hander. Perfect avoidance by Flirnhand, and then I would say not the safest.
Oh, dude, what did we catch in the back? Who got put in the wall back there? It looked like somebody got pushed to the side.
Oh, that was the triple one of Fach Autotech Sim Racing, as everyone had to scramble to find some tarmac for themselves to get past Roberto Pancali of that LMP2 was forced off track as the Fischer Motorsport car ahead of him had to go to the left side.
That's just unfortunate. There wasn't anything he could do there. He collateral damage.
Wouldn't be surprised if the stewards are gonna look at that rejoin of the Real Pixel Motorsport number 3 Audi.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see that decision because I'm not sure what any of them could have done there. It was just a unfortunate case of being in the wrong spot at the wrong time.
We see in the P2 class that Kraft has caught up to Foster, and the CQR Club car now starting to show some real pace in third place in class, looking to take second here.
Yeah, interesting development with Foster, if I might add, because he was one of the faster cars before that yellow flag, and now he has dropped quite a little bit on his own pace. Daniel Kraft has meanwhile also picked up on his own pace, and thus Kraft much more able to attack that second place of Nomad Sim Racing. However, both of them are a little bit slower than the number 1 HPD that is right now in front. That's Team Heusenwelds, Ronnie Fantini.
Yeah, and I think that's got to be worrying for the CQR Club guys, because they're definitely quicker than the Nomad Sim Racing car right now, but looking at the pit stop times, it's clear that the CQR Club car took tires in its last stop, and neither of the two cars ahead of it did. So the Team Heusenwelds car being able to match the CQR Club car's times despite having older tires definitely shows that the pace advantage is still with the 101 Heusenwelds car.
Still battling for that second place in the LMP1 class is Pierre-Benoit Lemieux and Matthias Hoffmann of Element Sim Racing Fire. That 64 though ahead of him, not wanting to give up a single inch in this fight, as he's now able to get a GTE car in between those two. So Matthias Hoffmann has to work once again a little bit to get back under the rear bumper, or rear wing, sorry, of Pierre Benoit.
Starting to lose the natural light of the sun as it peeks over that, or peeks under that horizon. Excuse me. I'm always excited to see the transition. I myself, I frequent a lot of oval racing and the races where it transitions from twilight to night. It's always interesting. It provides so many different elements with the track, with the grip level, the vision, just the overall aesthetic of everything. It's always fun to watch a race go. Got something going on? You got a problem on the track?
Looks like the Farktech car is still having some troubles. No contact with the wall that time, but a half spin.
Roberto Pancali of the Fach Autotech Sim Racing number 111. Self-spin it is for them. And yeah, this time just a little bit too eager there on the right-left transition through Elf. Also the curb helped there quite a bit. Soft contact though, I would say, with the wall, so not too much damage done to their car.
Yeah, looked like I was mistaken on that. Initially, I thought he got away with it without any contact with the wall, but just a little clip of it with the left front. But that car's had some serious issues this race, as we see one of our P1 cars come down to pit road, the Hellracer's Gluttony car.
Oh! And he completely missed his spot there, locking the brakes up. Magnus Wellström gives over the car to Hampus Bass, who is going to drive the next stint. Probably will actually drive into the real big twilight of this race. Though heading back to the third place battle in LMP2s, they still are very much nose to tail. However, they are now being joined by David Barraclough, Torqueford Racing Corkscrew, 5th place driver, most definitely looking to get something out of this, as well as Lewis Foster trying to get that 2nd place away again from the CQR Club around the outside of Elf. That's not going to work for him, as the CQR Club has the better line. They're getting held up behind the TSP racing car, so they're all going to have to go around the outside here.
And Barraclough still recovering from that mystery pit stop that was much longer than the other cars in class, but definitely got a lot of pace in that car. He's caught these other two really, really quickly, and now looking to make that move and get himself up in his 2nd place.
Robert Rattray for No Luck M Sport is in pit lane. He has handed over the car to Paul Van Loon, as also he is now being joined by Julian Ribolo of SKS Tribute, your 4th place driver in the LMP1 cars. And keeping up with the tradition of LMP1 cars, he misses his pit stall and hands over the car to Emmanuel Galinier.
Quite a few of these P1 cars actually missing the pit box, which is rather interesting.
Coming back to the battle for 2nd place in the LMP2 cars, Lewis Foster once again has a very good run on the car ahead of him, but here also comes David Barraclough, goes to the left side. This might start to be a 3 wide if they are able to keep all of that together. However, they're not going to. It's only going to be between David Barraclough and Lewis Foster. Foster isn't able to keep it together through Elf. He keeps the inside though for a no. That means that he is going to stay ahead of David Barraclough. Barraclough though finds the grip on the outside. Maybe that switcheroo comes in play. No, it's not. Still tries to go around the outside of Repsol this time. That would be the inside for Seat, but he's not able to keep up the momentum. This time has to settle once again for 4th place.
Yeah, he's not giving up.
Which will be the inside for the first part of Bird. So let's see if David Barraclough will be able to take away the position very cleanly. Yes, he will. That moves him up to 3rd place, and they only lost about a second up to Daniel Croft of the CQR Club HPD.
And that all started actually with Daniel Kraft getting just slowed up a little bit on the exit of the final corner there by a GT car, and it allowed everybody behind him to basically have a run on him down into turn 1.
And he's definitely liking that battle behind him. He's just pulling away now, trying to...
Though he is going to get held up yet again behind a GT car. This time it's a GTE car that he is slightly getting held up behind. That was Nacho Llanos, your 7th place GTE driver. David Barraclough though not able to get anything out of that, as he is still about half a second behind Daniel Croft, who himself gets led by Adrian Refsness heading into Elf.
But Barraclough looks extremely fast though. We see that gap extended out a little bit whilst he was having to pull off that pass for 3rd place, but he's now already almost at the back of Daniel Kraft already.
Heading through Seat for the 209th time of this race, David Barraclough not getting tired of that turn whatsoever, as once again he did close in quite a bit there on Daniel Croft ahead of him. Not the best comes though for him, as he had a little bit of a slide to catch as he put his left side tires onto the grass. Though the car ahead of them now, the No Luck M Sport HPD, being in 8th place in their class, might be a little bit of an interesting traffic here, because I'm not sure if they are going to give up that position very easily to those cars fighting right behind him.
Barraclough a little bit compromised there by a P1 passing him, but looks like he's fallen back just a little bit this lap after closing up in the early stage of the lap, fell back towards the end of it.
And then our leader, our overall leader, has come into the pits. Adrian Refsness is in the pits with his PCDC Motorsports Argon machine.
And this is where I feel like the strategy is going to come into play in terms of the P1 class. I've kept saying that I think the satellite racing car is saving fuel, so we'll have to see how many more laps that car does versus the PCDC Motorsports car.
Still extremely interesting for that battle for second place in LMP2s. Paul Van Loon still is ahead of your second place driver of Daniel Kraft. So Kraft probably not extremely happy about all of that performance from Paul Van Loon ahead of him. Probably now goes on a dive bomb into Lakaisha. Yeah, and he does so quite severely. Opens up also the door there for David Barraclough. Paul Van Loon now has to give up that position on track as well. Hopefully he also gives up the position to Lewis Foster and doesn't impede that 3-car battle that we have seen thus far.
And it is interesting to watch this kind of ebb and flow between these 3 cars. A couple of laps ago it looked like Barraclough was clearly the quickest, but he's really struggling to get close to Kraft to make a move now.
Interesting lap times from pretty much all of our 3 cars there, within just a few hundredths of each other. Lewis Foster, the slowest car of the 3 as he got held up the most there through because of Paul Van Loon. Now he got past him finally, but that did cost him about 1.5 seconds to David Barraclough.
Yeah, but in terms of the times there, we saw the 2 leaders, so to speak, in this fight. Obviously not the actual class leaders right now, but they were running nearly identical lap times, and then only a 10th difference to the next car behind. So they really are very, very close, especially when you factor in traffic as well and how that affects those lap times. There's really nothing to choose between the 3 of them.
Do you think Barraclough turned it down a little bit after that attempt, or do you think he's just not as fast as Kraft?
I think it's actually more a case that Kraft's picked up the pace a little bit, and I'm not entirely sure how he's been able to do that, but just looking at the lap times throughout the class, you see the Team Hersingveld car, the class leader ran a 31.0 last time by, but then the CQR Club car with Kraft behind the wheel ran a 30.5, and then David Barraclough ran a 30.3, so second and third place in class is really where the pace is at right now, and those guys have definitely turned it up a notch.
Yeah, these guys are actually a half a second faster than class leader Ronnie Fantini, who is long gone.
Meanwhile, Joel Hafner is in, and we can also see that the Element Sim Racing Fire car of Matthias Hoffmann was in and out just 1 lap ago. So the lead has gone back to Satellite Racing, which are now on their 32nd lap of their stint.
So they're definitely saving a lot of fuel in that car. And it'll be really interesting to see if they can make it to the next hour mark.
Hey, Christian, is that how these guys are is that like a rule of thumb with the strategy for basically go by the hour to see where you're at? Or is it just something that it's easy for us to keep track of?
That's kind of a personal thing for me. I like to use the top of the hour as a reference mark to see how far cars can go in terms of fuel. When it comes down to GT cars, it's usually worked out that they're relatively close to the hour mark in terms of what a full stint can do. The prototypes tend to be quite a bit shorter. It seems to be anywhere between about 45 to 50 minutes on fuel. So it's definitely the case that the prototype cars would probably have to make one more lap. Well, not one more lap, but one more stop compared with the GT cars. But it's just something that I like to use personally as a reference tool.
Stefan, on the driver's side, is that something that you use? Do you go by the hour?
Oh, most definitely. The closer you are at the top of the hour on a race where you have a full fuel tank available, the easier it is. Because it just comes back to the point I was making earlier in this race. The less time you're spending on pit road, the better it is for your chances to win the race. If you can keep that to a minimum, you are very good at the shot of winning this.
Well, again, I'm used to looking at a 15-second pit stop and wondering why it took so long, so definitely a little bit of an adjustment there.
As it seems like the 351, the Wall of Sim Racing Junior team, had an issue going through Kamsa. Seems like a self-spin, so nothing we need to worry about. Just a lot of time lost for that Audi machine.
It seems like a lot of the solo car incidents actually appear to be happening in... Whoa! A huge moment for Barraclaw. Had to go to the runoff area in turn 1 there, trying to get around Kraft, but lost the front end, now having to serve himself a slowdown penalty here.
And just to follow up on that World of Sim Racing Team Junior car, he did. It was just a long rolling right-handed spin. Couldn't necessarily get the car caught up underneath him, and it was just a single car, unfortunate accident. But no major damage, so he continues on.
Now it is going to be interesting to see the real pace of David Barraclaw versus Daniel Trump, because Barraclaw, quite frankly, has to catch up that about 1.5 seconds that he did open up to that second place driver of Kraft. So yeah, I don't think that anyone here is not expecting Barraclaw to close in that gap again, I would say.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. We've seen that Barraclaw does have a lot of pace in the car. Obviously, we said that Kraft's definitely turned it up a notch, but I do think that Barraclaw is the quickest of the pair right now.
We also had a spin with the 169 car, the German sim racing team, Julian Ogian, I believe. He actually caught up to the car that spun prior, and he had a little off-track excursion himself, giving him a little bit of flash as he goes by. He's not necessarily happy, but he definitely was a little bit squirrely, and he got sideways and took a spin, but he's back on track.
Pierre-Benoit Lemieux, meanwhile, was in and out of his pit stall. 23-second pit stop for him. He is taking back second place from Element Sim Racing Fire with that about 1.5 seconds ahead of Matthias Hoffmann. So most definitely Lemieux with the strategy that Satellite Racing is putting on. They have been able to jump Element Sim Racing Fire yet again as they were behind them coming to the pit cycle.
Yeah, and it's showing that they're now about 20 seconds behind the PCDC Motorsports car. So it's interesting to see if this is actually going to work out for them in terms of their fuel saving strategy. They were able to go significantly longer than the PCDC car, at least 4 laps, maybe 5 laps longer. So they have a huge fuel advantage over them, but they're dropping a lot of time. And we see that the pit stop for these cars for fuel only is really not long. It's 41.8 seconds in the lane total. So if they're already 20 seconds behind now, over the course of the race, it's not inconceivable that the PCDC Motorsports car will pull out enough of a gap to have a free pit stop over them anyway.
Yeah, like you're saying, I mean, they are saving every 4th pit stop a pit stop, but every fourth stint they're saving a pit stop over their competitors that are not saving fuel. But as you noted there quite rightly, they are just so much slower than their competitors because of their fuel saving strategy that I'm also not sure if they are making the right choice with their strategy. But I think at this point they are so deep in with their strategy that there's no turning back from that.
Looks like got a battle for fifth brewing between Neil Middleton and Andres Quintana, the 193 and the 151. These guys are really tight. They've been going back and forth for the last couple laps.
Meanwhile, in the GT Pro class, guys, we have still the Haxor Racing Team Purple in first place. Quentin Guinness right now behind the wheel of that BMW. And Michael Storm of Virtual Motorsport in second place. Right now they are about 1.5 seconds apart from each other. And caution is out!
For what? What did we miss?
What have we missed in a very deep... Oh, there's a car! Usagi into the barrier, actually on top of the barrier, being stuck. Where is that? That's Kamsa.
I believe that's the 333 Usagi racing car.
Wow.
And this car is actually the last of the running cars on track, significantly far back in class, about 6 laps down. But involved in another incident, it seems.
Now we come up now to Kamsa. Just
Whoa.
a self-spin that he overcorrects and then shoots directly into the barrier and trying to back up the car. He drives himself even more onto the barriers.
The way that car acted looked like a blown tire. Wow.
Because of he cannot recover himself from that position. Obviously the pace car comes out as they need heavier equipment to retrieve that car from there.
And it looks like the Audis in particular are having a problem through camp, so that's not the first time we've seen an Audi have a big moment there. The first time we saw that, it spun to the inside, but obviously a big off there.
Well, since we are on a yellow flag and we're gonna keep up with the tradition here on GSRC, we're gonna take a quick break here on the iRacing Esports Network, but we will be back for the yellow flag pit stops once they are happening. So don't step away too far. It's GSRC. We'll be back after these messages. We welcome you all back to Yellow Flag Pit Stops. This is the season finale of the DGFX 10 hours worth of racing here at the circuit, the Barcelona, Catalunya, live here on the Global Sim Racing channel via the iRacing eSports network. And guys, we're expecting quite a lot of people to take this opportunity to take their pit, as interestingly Adrian Resness decides to fake out the pit entry.
Yeah, that looked like a last-minute decision by him. He was initially coming down and then right at the last moment decided to stay out. A couple of the other P1 cars also doing the same, it seemed.
Look though at how many cars they are driving in. I'm only counting a handful of cars that is not going to pit this time around. So these pit crews are right on their A game this time around, because that's all that counts.
Yeah, the leaders are only on about 10 laps. Resness is only he's only on a 10-lap stint. Could be something to influence why he didn't come down. Christian?
Yeah, and I was going to actually say about that, that the decision by Resness not to come down, even though it is only 10 laps in, it does seem quite strange, because it seemed like an easy opportunity to gain all of the lost laps in terms of fuel strategies to, say, the satellite racing car by coming down and pitting. Obviously he was the leader, and yes, he would have gone to the tail end, but still he's been so much quicker than, say, the satellite racing car. To have that fuel advantage back and evened out between them seems a strange decision to go against.
8 cars have decided to not drive into pit lane. Adrian Resness atop the list. Joel Hafner, Pierre-Benoit Lanier, Matthias Hoffmann, Christian Nussing, Paul van Loon, Julian Oeyen, and Niels Hundehegge are those cars/drivers that have decided to stay out. Apparently none of these guys want to get off their strategy, as all of you have noted. Joel Hafner, obviously, he is waiting at a wave run as he just gets that one. That is the reason why he decided to stay out and get one lap back. He is now, I think he actually is now just one more lap down on the leader. So yeah, just one more good caution for Hafner, and the absolute unit of Energy Racing is back in the fight for, I would say, a top 5 with the pace they have shown.
Yeah, this guy that's had some trouble early on, but obviously, like you say, still has some good pace. So if it can get back onto the lead lap, I think it is a contender for the top 5. Obviously, now, though, it's running into a little bit of an issue in terms of fuel strategy, being off cycle compared with the other cars. But still, we've seen the yellows at the moment, the last 2 have been on the hour almost. So it's definitely a risk worth taking, I think, especially as we kind of get down to the end part of the race.
Few more cars are getting their wave around. Niels Hundehegge also getting their wave around, so also they are now just one lap down on their class leader. For the GT Pros, we have still 7 cars on the lead lap. Team Huisman number 248, after having problems themselves with, I think they actually had a stop and go penalty, thus they are in 8th place and a lap down. Let's actually see for the GTM, as we have be racing right again in 1st place ahead of Real Pixel Motorsport Graphite Racing M. 3rd place for them, Team Kings. Also on the lead lap, so 4 of our 6 GTM drivers are on the lead lap, with World of Sim Racing Team Junior in 5th place, and I think Usagi Racing, they have retired their car. Although all of the 3 drivers are still in the server, none of them are right now in the car, so still questionable if they are gonna drive out.
We saw that car just have a pretty big off, so there's probably a lot of repair time on that right now. It is the last car in the race and in class, so those guys aren't actually really out there to gain any position, so to speak. Obviously 6 cars in class, and they're now significantly behind the class leader. So really, they're just out there kind of trying to log laps if that car does come back out.
Would there be any benefit, Christian, to them actually getting back on the track, or do you think they'll just call it a day?
Well, I think from a team perspective, it's one of those interesting calls. Obviously, championship-wise, they're not in a position to gain anything, being so far behind their class leader right now. But at the same time, there's something to be said to just finishing a race out. So it kind of comes down to the mentality of the drivers and the team itself as to whether we'll see a car back out there.
Good news, though, on the caution front. It is going to end as the lights on the pace car have been turned off, making their way now through Seat. Let's actually see. The LMP ones are all at the front of the pack, so that is good news, and they're all, interestingly, right in the right order. So first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth are all right in that order. However, there is a lap between third and fourth, and also sixth is a lap down on fifth. So we have a battle for 1, 3, and 4 and 5th are a battle. So we might have to have a look on that.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Hell Racers Gluttony car, they are the car kind of in no man's land at the moment. 6th in class, a lap down on the next car ahead. So they're not really in a fight at all at this point. However, there is a fight for 4th between PCDC Motorsports Xenon and SKS Tribute.
Top 3 of the LMP2 cars are also nose to tail. Marcel Tai has taken over the LMP2 car. I think that's the first time he is in this car. Yes, in very indeed. So it seems like he's going to drive the next 2 stints at least for that outfit. Daniel Croft still in the car for Secure Club, with Louis Foster also still in the car for Nomad Sim Racing HPD. Now making their way through Europe car. The pace car is going to pull off into the pit lane, retrieving or releasing the pack once again. Adrian Refsnes in charge for executing the restart in the restart zone. Enters and now, and off he is. What a jump over Pierre Benoit Lemieux there. Matthias Hoffmann right away tries to boost up to Benoit. Will he be able to get into the inside of Elf for that second place? Yes, he has the nose in. Not enough, though. Lemieux is able to keep that ahead. But in 4th place, we have to pass SKS Tribute. Got past them in the LMP2's. Marcel Tai is still ahead of Croft and Foster, so nothing changed for them in the top 3.
Behind, we've got a lot of traffic with the P2 cars trying to cut their way through the GT field once again. A couple of the GT cars didn't look like they got such a good start. It looked like the Hexa Racing Team purple car was struggling to get away, actually.
A little bit of side-by-side action throughout that field. However, none of that seems to be for position right now. No, actually, that is for position there. Roy Dieter versus Julian Bell. That is for position, if I see this correctly. And Roy Dieter able to get away with that position. Same for Baudin versus Gabriel Roos. That is also for position. Now going through Kamsa. Gabriel Roos has to give up that one right now, as Jonas Baudin is able to keep it away from him. Or is he through Kamsa? Very bad run for Baudin. Let's see what happens into La Caixa. Baudin with the inside, though the BMW has been seen to be quite good on the exit through La Caixa. He has the right side for Bank Sabadell. He is able to stay on the inside. That should be the position done for Gabriel Roos. And in very deep, he is able to take that one away. Julian Bell ahead of him. Very, very wide out of Bank Sabadell. Maybe a run being given to Gabriel Roos out of New Holland. Nope.
Leader's in the pits. Bas Rumwinkle is in the pits. I don't know what he's doing. He missed this. I'm not sure what he's doing, but he's in the pits.
That's number 258 there.
What is he doing?
A penalty.
I'm not quite sure what's going on with the Samba Racing Team vehicle. He looked like he was almost behind the pit wall. I don't know what's going on. Maybe we could figure that out, but that was... They were leading. They were up there.
Oh. As we are looking at the battle here for... all of that has a little bit confused me. That is for first place in the GT Pro, if I see this correctly. Roy Diederin leading all of that individual sport car. And it seems like Buzz Rowinkle did hit the pit wall on entrance and then did give up there a little bit frustrated. Either way, Roy Diederin in first place with Gabriel second. Then we have Julian Bell third place. Fourth place right now goes to Jonas Bodin, but that all can change with the LMP2s right now driving through the top 4 drivers of your GT Pro fleet.
Yeah, I think we'll have to take a look at what happened to Bas Rowinkle a little bit later to figure out why he decided to pit in the first place. Seems a little bit of a strange strategy call unless he was trying to make up some track position and then kind of work his way to the end from here, but contact with the pit wall, obviously not what you want.
A lot of action, 6th, 7th, and 8th.
LMP2s are for P5 right now, side by side. 3 wide going in. Elf pushing Jonas Bonnet off track there. Not going to be a very happy fella in that Ferrari. As Paul Van Loon spins out through Renault. Not outside the wall. He actually does hit it. Seems like not too much damage for that no luck. M Sport once again living up to the name. Probably they need a name change after this DGFX season. Going on to a replay for that misfortune for that LMP2. Seems like once again an LMP2 that goes too wide and finds himself without traction that they need.
Yeah, we see a lot of them struggling in that corner specifically as well. Like you say, running out onto that Astro and then kind of puts the car into a slide that they're not easily able to recover from. Very lucky though that he was able to straighten out kind of as he got to the wall, and definitely so that he didn't bounce back into traffic. There was obviously a lot of cars there. That could have been really ugly. We take a look in the GTM class right now. Battle for second place between Matthias Baumler and Richard Bell. The leader, TSB Racing Riper Move cars, only 1.8 seconds ahead of this pair as well.
Fourth place in the LMP1 cars are right now side by side. That's Christian Nössing in the PCDC Motorsports Xenon versus Emmanuel Gallinier of SKS Tribute. However, Gallinier able to keep that fourth place away from Nössing for now. Question is though, how much longer can he keep that PCDC Motorsports Xenon behind him? Meanwhile, Roy Diederin has lost the lead to Gabriel Roos in the GT Pros. That one happened through turns 2 and 4. 2, 3 and 4 actually. Gabriel Roos able to take that one away with quite some great driving there.
Obviously Gabriel Roos being extremely quick in that class right now. A lot more aggressive than we've seen that kinetic car on the restart so far as well, and instead on the last restart we started losing quite a few positions and getting muscled out, especially by the P2 cars as they were moving their way through. This time not the case at all, instead making its way through to the class lead.
Oh, and LMP1 here once again comes Christian Nössing, as he also just got by there of Emmanuel Gallinier, just boosted by. Nothing you really need to showcase. If you have seen the LMP boost, that's exactly how he got past. Let's see what Gallinier has for Nössing going down the front stretch. We have seen the SKS Tribute to save up quite a lot of boost for that front stretch, and once again here he comes on the draft and on stalls out the middle of the straight on the inside of Nursing, and once again goes past for that 4th place in class.
Yeah, looked like he saved up the boost to get himself alongside him, and then let off the override as he got to him. So made it a little bit more difficult than it needed to be, I think. But obviously able to get the pass completed nonetheless.
Up ahead of them, that is Matthias Hoffmann versus Pierre-Benoit Lemieux. However, Lemieux much more able to keep the car behind him in check than Emmanuel Galinier has been able to do so with Christian Nussing. So nothing much to report from that battle as of yet, as they head once again into quite some traffic worth of GTE cars in just about a few corners, as that is about 6 or 7 GT Pros that they are gonna have to get round.
Yeah, guys, been watching this battle between Julian Bell and Jonas Bowden. These guys have been going back and forth for the last few laps. Bowden's been on Bell's tail very close a few times, trying to set him up for a pass. He just hasn't been able to pull it off.
Yeah, this is that Hal Racers car that has that front damage as well, and it's obviously struggling a little bit to pull off passes. We see there in the draft, it's just not pulling up as good as the other GT Pro cars, so they're up against it really to gain any positions, and we see pretty much every restart they're always struggling with the straight line speed.
How much of an emphasis, Christian, is put on these guys on these restarts to try to pick up that 1 or 2 positions that may have gotten away from them in the longer runs?
Well, I think with some of the classes it's not quite as big of a deal. Obviously we see in the GTM class there's not so many cars on the lead lap. We've only got, well, we do have 4 cars on the lead lap now, I believe, in that class, but they're quite relatively spread out. Whereas the GT Pro class, we've seen there's quite a majority of the class on the lead lap, and they're staying very, very tight over the course of the run as well. So there is a big emphasis on gaining some track position, especially with how hard it is to pass in terms of if you got a very small speed differential in the class.
And it looks like Usagi Racing has officially packed it up. They are done for the day. Unfortunate news for them. Hopefully a better result next time out. But Usagi Racing, they brought out the last caution with that off. They are done for the day.
Which also means that this race has its first official retiree. Sadly, Usagi Racing, after pretty much being in very good contention for the Dory Award, they finally have decided to pack it up and call it a day here in the Spanish countryside, just outside of Barcelona. P7 for the GT Pros. I've been keeping an eye on that battle. They are very much trying to go off at it, as that is 3 Porsches battling against 1 BMW. Actually, no, sorry, that second Fisher Motorsport car, the white and green one, is actually a lap down on all the other cars driving in this pack. So it's all about Aaron Depoy, Christian Frank, and Joel Hafner for that 7th place in the GT Pros. As interestingly, Manuel Meyer diving inside Joel Hafner there, not happy to give up that position just now.
Yeah, Meyer might be a lap down, but obviously trying to get some positions back here. Hafner doesn't look too happy about it, trying to repass, and is losing those 2 cars he was fighting for 7th as well.
Another battle relatively close. Sorry, guys. We got the 5th and the 6th spot, 193 and 151. The Adequate Racing Machine of Edward Lack, following closely the Andres Quintana-driven team car, the World of Sim Racing team. These guys have been battling a little bit themselves. Gap looks like it's spread out a little bit, but they've been kind of rubber banding back and forth for the past 2 or 3 laps. Maybe something to keep an eye on.
Joel Hafner most definitely not very happy with the performance that Manuel Meyer is showing right now. Seems like he is a little bit on the team orders side of things, not really wanting to give up that position to Joel Hafner because his teammate is fighting right ahead of him. Now Matthias Magnussen is splitting them up. Magnussen is in 5th place, 2 laps ahead of Manuel Meyer. and even that car, he is not willing to give up the position.
Yeah, and the thing is that Magnussen can't really get hung up in this fight either, because he's actually only 5 seconds behind the next car ahead of him that's the 4th place Hellracers car, so he needs to cut his way through these guys as quickly as he can, because he doesn't want to become detached from what is essentially the lead battle in class.
Let's see what happens here into La Cage. It's a good run for Magnussen. Meyer pulls over to the right side, doesn't really want to do anything with Magnussen. Joel Hafner also tries to go around the inside there of Meyer. Maybe this time Meyer will stay behind Hafner, and indeed he stays behind, going up to position number 7 for the LMP2 drivers. That's German Sim Racing LMP2 DGFX versus Team Vikings Fenris, Julian Forte versus Erling Bomer. Still being within half a second of each other, trading lap times back and forth. And actually, guys, Erling Bomer lost that spot just now on our replay here to Julian Forte into Elf.
Obviously trying to hold on the outside, not able to do so. Made even worse by the P1 car filtering its way through as well. And speaking of the P2 field, it's still very tight at the top. We see that we've still got the Team Hersingveld 101 car as the leader, but then the CQR Club car just 2 seconds behind, with then the Nomad Sim Racing car a further 2 seconds behind.
And we also have a very tight battle for 5th place in our class between Adequate Racing and Wolf Sim Racing Team. Andres Quintana trying to take that position away from Edward Luck, and yeah, Quintana most definitely a lot faster through the infield section of this track, as now both of them have an LMP1 car on their inside. That Emmanuel Galinier and Pierre-Benoit Lemieux behind the wheels of their LMP1s.
And I feel like we've said this about the Quintana before as well, that he's looking pretty good through the infield section of the course, but struggling a little bit to make passes down into turn 1. So I'm just wondering if they're kind of a little bit higher on downforce trim compared to some of the other cars.
Look at the run he has though, going into La Caixa, looks to the inside of Andrew. Break much later than Luck, and with that takes away that 5th place from the Adequate Racing.
Yeah, it looked like Lack just kind of let him go. It didn't look like he was really fighting him once he got his nose stuck in there. I think again a little bit of a give and take. I think that time for Edward Lack it was take, or excuse me, give.
P3 in the GT Pro class also is extremely tight together. That's Julian Powell of Graphite Racing Pro versus Jonas Boden that we're on board right now of Hell Racers Heresy. Number 219 Ferrari still has a damage carrying on the left side. However, the braking performance that we have seen from that Ferrari has been extremely outstanding. Just the question is, can he get close enough to Julian Bell to actually outbrake another Ferrari that has been strong on the brakes, but not as strong as he has been? As it seems like we have a car around in the form of Joel Hafner's BMW.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to pass the Team Hersingveld car here, and might have been some contact. Yep, just spins Joel Hafner around there. Hafner trying to pass on the outside.
You guys, just to keep you updated up front, 3rd place, Matthias Hoffman, all over the back of Lemieux. Looks like he gave up some time on the straight, but It's heating up there. These guys close, very close. They separated a little bit going down the back stretch, but they've been staying within half a second of each other for a few laps now.
Both of them did get unlapped by Emmanuel Galinier of the SKS Tribute, 4th place, number three, Audi R18. So might also be a little bit of a reason why they did spread out a little bit down the front stretch. Either way, they are once again back nose to tail. Matthias Hoffmann still chasing down the Frenchman of Pierre Benoit. Sorry, he's actually Canadian. So the other French. Pierre Benoit Lemieux of Satellite Racing, the number 6. Very strong performance from him thus far, from both of the drivers thus far. But yeah, I'm not sure if they are still on the right with saving this much fuel.
Wow, look at that. Going past so many cars on that straightaway.
Oh, and there's some contact there as well. It looked like the Team Hesingdal 248 car clipped the P1 car on the exit of turn 2.
See if we can get an idea of the contact that happened.
Yeah, and that is very big news. They did actually make contact, like you're gonna see here on the replay. On board with the 248 of Christian Frank.
Oh, that was
Goes to the outside there, doesn't realize that he still has Adrian Resnes, your current leader of this motor race, on his outside, makes contact. Resnes able, very luckily, to avoid the inside wall, but that is quite some damage to the left rear of that PCDC Motorsports Argon Audi R18. So might have to have a look on that car and how that now is performing with this damage.
Well, I can tell you right now, since that shunt, he's given up about a half a second to second place Satellite Racing vehicle. I don't know if he's just trying to collect himself in that car, but he definitely gave up a little bit of time. We'll have to see how significant of damage he has on him, but that was a pretty wicked shunt. I didn't look that significant live, but it was a heavy hit.
Yeah,
well, it has
up left rear damage.
Yeah, that gap's down to 1.5 seconds. Sorry, Christian, but that gap is definitely shrinking. I think he's really feeling that hit.
Yeah, that car was about 20 kilometers an hour slower down the front stretch than the car of Pierre Benoit Lemieux. So that Audi R18 most definitely very hurting right now, especially because it got hit on the left side, which, if I remember correctly, is actually the coolant side for the boost.
It'd be interesting to hear some of the radio chatter there.
So that means the battle for first place is going to close in rapidly, as Pierre Lemieux is already quite inside of the car ahead of him. Matthias Hoffmann with quite an interesting dive in the background there on the leader, on the GT Pro leader of Gabriel Roos. Actually did nearly miss Rakesh there, as they're now making their way through New Holland. Go ahead, Rocco.
Steph, I was just going to ask you, with obviously more than 3 hours to go, what would you do? Would you come in and try to assess that damage, or you stay out and stay on strategy? That's obviously not something they were planning for. What do you do? I'm going to go to the guru here. What's your strategy call here?
If I remember correctly, if you have such a damage in the LMP1, it doesn't get away anymore. It does get ever so slightly better, but not too much. If you are down quite some significant speed on the straights in LMP1, it is going to stay that way. Not sure if that still is the case, but from my experience in that car, that is, or rather was, the case. However, he has found some pace yet again in that car, as he is now drafting off of Emmanuel Galinier ahead of him.
Yeah, I think the best decision for those guys in that car is to just kind of run out the fuel stint. They're going to be pretty close to the end of that stint right now as it is, so I think that's their best option to run it out, see what it is in the stop, probably not fix it, and if they do get the opportunity under another full course yellow, that's probably the time to get any repairs done.
Well, here he comes. As we speak, he's coming down pit lane.
Yeah, he was already on lap 27 of his pit stop, of his stint, so yeah, I was expecting him to come in this or next lap. He is coming in this lap, and it's going to be interesting to see if they opt to take some damage repair or none at all. Pulling into the pit stop, and as the LMP1 tradition in this series is, he's missing his stall and goes to the driver change.
That's probably, what, the 5th or 6th time we've seen that?
Yeah, we're seeing this pretty consistently with the P1 cars. A lot of them missing the box and having to back up, and I'm not really sure why, but it's not consigned to one car only. It's not as though it's only the PCDC Motorsports car doing this. We've seen quite a few of them do this.
Well, it's like when you pull off the highway, you're doing 70 miles an hour for an hour, and you got to do 25 on the off ramp. It feels like you're crawling. So I could easily see them having a little bit. I believe the scientific term for it is velocitation. So a little bit of knowledge I'm going to drop on you guys as we watch him exit the pits.
All I've heard was velocity, and then I switched off. Either way, with that, Gianluca Matteo is now off again, and yeah, sure enough, they didn't take any damage repair. So that car is now going to cycle around in 3rd place, with Element Sim Racing Fire to be coming into the pit lane on their next lap, as that would be lap number 29 for them. Maybe they're going to opt to pit this lap, as it is obviously lap number 28. But since they're still chasing down Pierre Benoit, I'm not sure if they would opt to pit on this lap. Either way, I would say we're gonna leave this battle for now and switch our eyes to the battle of the 2nd place for the GT Pro cars. That one is still between Roy Dieteren of the Virtual Motorsport and the Hellraisers RC Jonas Boda, right now heading into Elf.
We see the Hellraisers car still struggling to pass Roy Dieteren in the Virtual Motorsports car. Looks like he's somewhat content to just ride behind him at this point, but definitely pushing. We see running a little bit wider there. Now, I've been keeping tabs on the cars behind as well, and I think this is soon to become perhaps even a 4-car fight for 2nd here. See that we've got Matthias Magnussen and Julian Bell behind. They're lapping actually a little bit quicker than this pair here, about 3/10 the last lap. And Julian Bell's only 1.6 seconds behind, and Matthias Magnussen 3 seconds behind him. So it could definitely become a 4-car fight here for 2nd, and I think that's the time when Jonas Boden is going to really start to struggle. We've seen that car's not particularly quick down the straights anymore. He's having to make up all his time through the infield section of the track, so to speak.
It's definitely the closest battle we have going on track right now. Guys are both 17 laps into their current stint. Probably not thinking about pits anytime soon, but interesting to see if one of them possibly, I don't know, strategy call, possibly pits early. Tries to get around them in the pits maybe. Something to consider.
Yeah, and I do believe that all these cars that are on the lead lap in the GT Pro class all pitted under the last full course yellow, so they're all identical now in terms of strategy. So it's definitely something that we need to keep an eye on in terms of if anybody can go 1 lap longer, or maybe even take out a set of stint in terms of tires.
Christian, what's the best way to save fuel? Again, my background is in ovals, and I've definitely myself shut my engine off cruising around in a caution. Obviously you can't do that here. What are some of these tricks that these guys are trying to do to save themselves some fuel?
Well, to be honest, it's actually kind of what Jonas Boden's doing. It looks like he's trying to actually pull off his pass for second, but at the same time, being tucked right up behind another GT Pro car does save quite a significant amount of fuel. A couple of other things that you can do is also to kind of lift off a little bit earlier, maybe 50 meters earlier for a corner, and just kind of roll it in. And especially if you got the draft of another car, you're not going to lose any time doing that, but you are going to save a significant amount of fuel. So I think even if perhaps this isn't necessarily what he wants to be, he does look like he wants to pass, he is going to be saving some fuel by being that close.
No, I'm learning as we go here about all of the sports cars. But yeah, on an oval, you would definitely try to stay as close as possible, pick up a lot of laps in the draft. These the caution laps obviously don't necessarily affect him as much as a race like that, but that's interesting to know. Something to keep track of. Still got 3 hours to go. Checking out this battle.
That
Edward Lack and Forda.
For the LMP2 class, Edward Lack versus the battle we have been covering already during this stint. And oh, look at that, extremely wide for Edward Lack there out of Renault. And one thing we haven't talked about yet is the incident limit that these guys are allowed to have. If I remember correctly, it's 57 laps a day, or incidents that they are allowed to have until they have to head into pit lane for their first stop and go penalty.
And just taking a quick look at the race control decisions sheet, I don't see anybody that's hit that limit yet.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, they have switched to automatic handout penalties. So we wouldn't see that on the race control decisions, which obviously makes it a little bit harder for us to track that sort of stuff. But obviously a lot of fluid is being lifted off the skewers like that.
Yeah, that is a good point. One of the more recent features to come to iRacing is the automated penalty system for incidents, and as you say, that definitely takes some load off the admins of series that used to enforce that limit.
Taking a look at the battle for the LMP1 lead.
We see the Element Sim Racing Fire car is within a second now the Satellite Racing car, and I don't believe that either of these cars have come into the pit lane since that full course yellow came out, so both of them going really quite long on fuel, especially longer than say the PCDC Motorsports car.
And you know what? I actually think that the Element Sim Racing team has switched their strategy to be on the same page as the guys ahead of them of Satellite Racing. I think they have realized that they're not going to be able to catch the PCDC Motorsports Argon car, as they now have a good run going up to La Caixa. The side part of it though, just a little bit of a look to the inside, nothing too threatening. Do you think that is a viable option in this race if you're just fighting against a guy that is fuel saving to try to get onto the same strategy as they are? Or would you guys think that it's better to stay on your strategy and try for something different in that battle?
I'm always a fan of sticking to my own plan, especially if I've kind of mapped out to the end of the race that I've got a fuel strategy that's going to work with a minimum number of pit stops. Obviously it becomes a little bit of a different matter if, say, you realize you're 1 to 2 laps short, and say at this point we've got just over 3 hours to go. There is the possibility of stretching out a couple of stints and making that happen. So in those cases, yes, for sure, I would think about switching it up a little bit. But the other thing that we've got to consider is that with the possibility of full course yellows, that does add a little bit of variability into what you're going to do. I'm always of the opinion that you stick to your plan, but you can bank on a full course yellow, and it's somewhat likely that we're probably going to have at least one more before the end of this race.
Yeah, Christian, just to touch on that, I agree with you, because your plan is what you practice. Your plan is what you go into the race hoping to achieve. And I think that the easiest way to achieve what your goal is to stick to the plan. So I'm going to second that line of thinking, just to contribute my 2 cents, gentlemen.
And I think that these guys are not only on track in the lead, but also virtually in the lead, as PCDC Motorsports Argon is 53 seconds behind the Satellite Racing LMP1 car. So, yeah, by the looks of it right now, they are actually on the right strategy. Damage that the PCDC Motorsports Argon car has sustained a few laps ago.
Guys, that battle up front for overall top spot, very tight. Hoffman right behind Lemire within 0.2 seconds. In lap traffic right now, and they are fighting.
Yeah, Lemire got held up there a little bit by the LMP2 car of, I think it is Real Pixel Motorsport 1. Yes, it is Jakob Lehmann in behind the wheel of that. So that has brought in Hoffman even closer to the rear of Lemire, though Hoffman's able to do anything about the pace that the Satellite Racing has shown.
He's definitely looking closer every lap, though. He's been tucking up under the wing of the Satellite car in a lot of the braking zones. Not able to get close enough to pull off a pass yet. Might have an opportunity here. The Satellite car manages to squeak a GT car in between. Not quite.
Not quite at all, as also Hoffman to get him.
Just something to throw in there. Hoffman is approaching his 36th lap on his stint.
That would be his 35th lap.
And he heard me.
His 30th lap here. Either way, Hoffman and Benoit Lemire are in the pit lane. And it's going to be interesting to see where they come out in regard of the PCDC Motorsports Argon car, which is now heading through Wörth on the infield of this track.
Yeah, the PCDC Motorsport car definitely had a longer stop last time by, but I do believe it had both a driver change and a tire change. It was 59 seconds in the pit lane compared to, say, a regular pit stop of, say, 45 seconds.
Matthias Hoffmann has stepped out of the car for Lemon Sim Racing Fire. Now Arndt Pfeiffer in that car. Same for the Satellite Racing, as Patrick Pelchat now in the car for them. Both drivers are also taking new shoes onto their car, so same strategy for them in that regard to the Motorsports Argon car, as PCDC Motorsports Argon takes over the lead yet again from both Pelchat and Arndt Pfeiffer, who had a much longer stop than the Satellite Racing car. 3 seconds, in fact, longer than Satellite Racing.
That's got to be fun, right? Hey, you've been sitting there for an hour and a half. Now get in the car and go fight for the lead.
And an interesting time to do a driver change as well. Something I was going to mention as we kind of got it closer towards the night. We talked a little bit about how does it affect, say how you drive. We talked a little bit about twilight, and I don't generally find that driving into the twilight is that bad, because you kind of have that progression of it going darker as you're in the car. Whereas this scenario is I think much worse. Say you were driving earlier in the race when it was complete sunlight, and now suddenly you're back in the car and it's near complete darkness. Obviously we still see the sun a little bit, but this is where the braking zones now do appear quite significantly different, as we see the Satellite car run a little wide there.
Let's have another look at that. That was tough.
Yeah, that was rather interesting there for Pelchat. Around the inside, around the outside. Obviously, he thought that Meyer goes to the right side, but Meyer stopped tracking over to the right side, and so Pelchat had to shoot quite a narrow gap there on the left side of that Porsche 911.
But that's what I was going into saying. You're obviously watching the race. You're following your team, but then they say, "Hey, get in the car and go push." So kind of what Christian was saying, a little bit about the lighting change, but more, I mean, me personally, I'd want a couple laps to get involved. You know, spread out the lead a little bit. Don't just tell me to get in the car and mash the gas.
Well, the good thing with this track is that they have actually lights on the outside of everything. That means that all the braking markers are actually lit up. So I'm not sure, I'm actually pretty sure about this, that there's not too much impedance about your racing line and your braking markers, because most of the time that is going to be one of the 50-meter boards around this track, as we're still looking at the battle for second place in the GT Pro class that is still between the Virtual Motorsport Ferrari and the Ferrari of the Hell Racers Heresy outfit. 21st and 20th respectively overall in the standings, as Patrick Pelchat goes around the inside of both of them through Europe Car and New Holland.
Well, it's 4 o'clock and it's getting, I mean, these guys are getting spread out, so if it holds true to form, I don't want to curse anybody, but we might be having a little bit of a field congealing going on, but I'm not going to put it out there completely, but it's something to keep track of. The last 2 stoppages to the race actually came very close to being on the hour, so I don't want to be the harbinger of anything, but just throwing it out there.
And we can pretty much say that we have the second retiree of this race. Samba Racing Team have decided to also park their car for good. The 258 is the second retiree of this race. Sadly, after their very interesting pit entrance, and yeah, just continuing to drive off into the darkness at the pit lane.
I might be mistaken, but were they not leading the class when that happened?
Yes, they were.
Indeed.
They made that strange decision to come down to pit road and clip the wall as they did so. And I remember at the time we were questioning as to the strategy of that pit stop. It was obviously at quite a strange time, so I don't know if maybe the retirement was actually due to something else, and the contact with the pit wall was kind of just something that happened in amongst it. But definitely a strange scenario to see that Samba Racing Car was in the lead and then came down pit road and is now completely retired. And sticking with the theme of GT Pro, I noticed that we also had a change for 4th position. The Kinetic Racing Velocity car was managed to get around the Graphite Racing Pro car and is now just under 3 seconds behind this battle that we have for 2nd place between Virtual Motorsports and Hell Racers.
Since we are nearing the top of the hour with about 3 hours to go, let's run you down a little bit here, the top 5 order of all of the classes, starting with your LMP on class Gianluca Matteo of PCDC Motorsports Argon, right now atop the charts here, starting from 2nd place. They are quite unchallenged right now in 1st place. However, with the damage that they're having, that might change a little bit. Satellite Racing right now 2nd place, 5 seconds behind PCDC Motorsports Argon. They're most definitely trying to chase down that 1st place, but also at the same time are trying to save as much fuel as possible, as they have been pretty much all of this race. Element Sim Racing Fire on 5 are most definitely not up to the speed that his teammate Matthias Hoffmann was. He has been losing out consistently to Satellite Racing, now already 12 seconds between those two. The last car on the lead lap is the now pitting SKS Tribute, 27 seconds in total behind 4th place they are now. Hellraiser's Gluttony, after bringing out the first caution of this race, being in the lead, running out of fuel, they had quite some challenges getting back. However, they are back with 4th. It is 5th place for them. Actually, sorry, that was just my timing scoring being a little bit screwed up there. PCDC Motorsports Xenon is in that 5th place of that LMP1 class. Hellraiser's Gluttony, 6th place for them, about half a lap behind Xenon now because of that pit stop that they have been doing. How are we looking in the LMP2 class, Rocco?
Steph, we got Team Huskenfeld holding on to about a 1.5 second lead. Marcel Ty behind the wheel of that machine. CQR Club in 2nd, again noted, about a 1.5 seconds behind. I know Christian noted that they dominated the last race that the series had. Looks like they're holding strong, maybe make a move a little bit later in the evening. Third place, Nomad Sim Racing HPD. That car is driven by Lewis Foster. A little bit more of a gap there, about 10 seconds behind second place, about 12 seconds behind first. Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew, driven by Dawson Brock in fourth. And rounding out the top 5 of this division, we got the World of Sim Racing team car, driven by Andres Quintana. Christian?
Yeah, they're moving into the GT Pro class. Right now we've got the Kinetic Racing Speed car driven by Gabriel Roos has got a 9-second lead over this battle that we've had pretty much this whole stint between Virtual Motorsport driven by Roy Diederin and Hellraiser's Heresy with Jonas Bowden in third. They're not too far behind that, just 2 seconds behind. This field is definitely the closest I think we have on track right now. We have the other Kinetic Racing Velocity car driven by Matthias Magnussen, 2.2 seconds behind Jonas Bowden. And then rounding out the top 5, we've got Graphite Racing Pro with Julian Bell, who is only 5.2 seconds behind Matthias Magnussen. And another piece of news from this class is that we have the 248 car, which is the Team Hersingveld car, which is currently a lap off the lead. And that car has been given a drive-through penalty, I believe.
Actually, a 40-second stop and hold penalty for that car, as that is the second penalty that they have encountered. Next up on the charts, that is your GTM class, being led right now quite comfortably once again by the TSB Racing hashtag right team. Right now behind the wheel of that car is Florian Höhn. Second place in the GTM class, about 12 seconds, actually nearly 13 seconds behind your leader is the number 312 of Real Pixel Motorsport 3, Matthias Weimler, piloting that car right now around this circuit. Third place in that standing is going to Graphite Racing M, and number 392, another 16 seconds back on second place. Richard Bell still circulating that car around. Team Vikings Midgard, fourth place for them. A very uneventful drive thus far for the whole team. Right now, Alexander Arnesen behind the wheel of that Audi with a 351, concluding your 5 cars that are still driving in that class. The 351 World of Sim Racing Team Junior Diego Vasquez Duneas driving around. He himself, though, is a full lap behind fourth place.
And of course, we had our 2 retirees with the Samba Racing Team and their little misadventure in pit road. And then Usagi Racing will be our second. Actually, it was our first retiree, but there's 2 in total. So those guys are looking ahead to next race.
Alright, with that though, we are within the last 3 hours of this race, and thus we have to hand off to the next guys that are gonna come on to this broadcast. It's gonna be returning there for Joe Peak with alongside the new face on this broadcast of Ryan Walker. So don't step away too far, as GSRC will be back quickly after these messages.
Welcome back to Barcelona. We are watching the season finale of the DGFX series, 10 hours around this track. Pit stops underway in the LMP2 class, but your leader up in the LMP1s is Gianluca Matteo for PCDC Argon. Leader in the LMP2s for Nomad Sim Racing has Lewis Foster in the car. Gabriel Roos leads for the GT Pros in the number 260 Kinetic Racing machine. And then TSB Racing Leipenmove has Florian Hoon in the car and has been dominating the field down there. Did have a little bit of an incident while we were on break. The number 193, who's actually in pit lane right now, taking, I think, scheduled service, found themselves off track in Repsol. Let's take a look at the replay, see if we can pull this up. I think he was avoiding traffic when it happened. Might need to back up just a little bit more here as this happened in Repsol. Right now it looks like the replay's got him in Campsa. There it is right there. Here we go. So yeah, he's got almost a track blockage going on, changes his mind at the last second, and well, that was a little bit of a mistake as he takes it off into the gravel, but manages to return without too much drama. Also, of course, we have Ryan Walker joining us here. Christian Challenger staying on to enjoy more of the fun here for the last stint. Ryan, welcome in from outside the car, I guess.
Yeah, outside the car. I've only done one stunt, and yeah, my team boss has told me I'm only needed for one stunt, so I thought, yeah, I'll pop into the booth and join you guys, and yeah, chill out and just check out the rest of the race from the booth.
Amazingly, it's about the same number of cars out there as when you were in, as we've only had 2 retirees thus far. I mean, you've got the best angle of any of us so far of what it's like out there on track. There's fewer cars out there. Is the traffic a little bit easier than previous rounds, or is it still pretty mad?
It's been, I think, from my experience in this race today, it's probably been the hardest because of there's not really that many places to lap cars or pass cars, but the only issues I've been having is lapping GT cars, just because they're sort of the same speed as the HSPD in a straight line. And in the corners they've got some downforce as well, so trying to lap them has been a bit difficult, but I've not had any issues, and from what I've seen, the traffic's been really reasonably well behaved.
That was Forte we just saw for the German Sim Racing 169 machine take his scheduled stop. He's out and going once again. I understand Paul Van Loon also in his stall, just made it in. Nolek EM Sports still almost a lap down. Looks like they're going to go a lap down here as Daniel Kraft is going to come on by. Ooh, and what's happened with Lehman with the Real Pixel machine? They've been in for a long time. Let me check real quick to see if we can figure out what happened to them. They had nothing happen to them from what I can see. They just pulled off to the side of the track just after pit exit. So either they ran out of fuel or there was maybe something real world related that caused them some issues. Meanwhile, GTE leaders, the GT Pro class, have kicked off pit stops down here. And we got a caution. Trying to figure out who's causing this. Oh, it's the Graphite Racing AM car. The 392 stopped way off in a corner. I think this is at Elf, the first turn. This is a ways back, so we might have to rewind a bit. He's been sitting there for a long time, it seems. Here we go. And this is another case of the car simply pulling off and to a halt. I'm not sure. Were we due for pit stops here? Was this another case of running out of fuel, maybe? Looked like he still had control of the car there, Christian. So it doesn't seem like something super urgent happened.
Yeah, that's quite strange. Like you say, he came to a clearly controlled stop there. It wasn't like he ran head on into the wall with an equipment failure or something like that. So it's definitely possible that he realized that he'd missed the pit entry. But usually in that case, we see cars at least try and continue around. That was clear that he just pulled straight to the side, requested a tow from race control, and that's why we have the full course yellow. So. Not sure whether it was a real-world issue that he had or whether it was a case of he simply realized there was no way he was going to complete the lap in terms of fuel.
So I wonder if this will help out the 248 machine, the Hoisingfeld car. They've got Rekovic in there right now. Remember, they've already gone, let's see, it looks like 2 laps down from the leader. And the reason that is significant is because they are leading that GT Pro class, and they can't go too far down the order here. Hell Racers and Kinetic are 24 and 32 points behind, respectively. They could catch them and pass them in the points.
Yeah, and it's not a car that looks like it's got a lot of damage on it. It's just been involved in some things that had that penalty, that stop and hold, that dropped it significantly far back. It was in a fight for 7th place with other cars that were a lap down in its class. I'm not entirely sure if it's actually 2 laps down in class right now or whether it is still that 1 lap down. It does look like it might be 2 laps down, so this is possibly an opportunity for it to at least get back to being 1 lap down.
Yeah, they're certainly going to be hoping to use this caution flag to their advantage. This is caution number 4 from what I understand, so not bad for 7+ hours of racing that we've been out here on track. Just like we saw in the real world Daytona 24, it's been very clean racing, although not without excitement. And they've already caught the pace car, the PCDC Argon machine, who's been very quick and has won every single round so far this season, is looking to make it a clean sweep and take the championship, solidify the championship here today.
We saw that car pick up some damage earlier, but like you say, it's not affected its pace. It's still the class leader. Obviously, a full course yellow gives it an opportunity to take any more repairs if it needs them as well.
That's a good point. And let's see, they're getting wave bys here. They should open the pit lane this time by as well, I'm pretty sure. And Ryan, I know you've got a little bit more insider info, so to speak, on the LMP2 class as far as pit strategy goes. What's going on there?
Yeah, I was just watching some of the pit stops from some of the top 3 cars in the LMP2. I think they've just made a pit stop about 2 or 3 laps ago, so I expect them to stay out. Torque Freak Racing, I'm not sure what they'll be doing with regards to the pit stops and the safety car. So honestly, if I was anyone in P2 behind the top 3, I would stay out.
You can see we're riding on board with the Torque Freak machine going on by. They did not elect to pit in, but our leaders are coming up to that pit entry now. Mateo, is he going to fake it? Yeah, he's just holding off to the right to let the lapped cars by. So far, no takers, though. We might not have the pit entry open yet, though. I'm not seeing any word from the stewards that has happened. Yeah, mostly at this point, just trying to get all the wave rounds out and through.
Just taking a quick look at the timing sheet, though, in terms of when cars last pitted. It looks like the majority of classes, with the exception of actually the P1 class, had all pitted within about 5 laps of this caution, so there's not a lot to be gained for a lot of people in say, P2, GT Pro, and even GTM by pitting under this full course yellow. There is one car, I'm not sure if it's the scoring that's not quite right, but the Absolute Unit of Energy racing car driven by Joel Hafner right now seems to have been one of those cars that didn't pit under that before the full course yellow came out, so that car might have an opportunity here.
I feel like any of the cars that are the last one on the lead lap, I'd almost say it would be worth it to come in because, Christian, if you think about it, this is sort of oval rules where you come in, you top off because you won't lose any positions there. Might as well get yourself a slightly shorter stop.
I think it comes down to what class you're in, to be honest, and I think the higher the class you are, the more of a detriment it is to do that, just because you get cycled to the end of the line. So a car say in the P2 fight, there's obviously vast majority of the field is on the same lap. So if somebody in, say, second or third place comes down, they'll be cycled all the way to the end of the line, and that's obviously a significant disadvantage. There's a lot more cars to cut back through. Whereas, say, the GT AM class, well, they're already at the tail end of the line anyway, so there's a lot less to be lost by those guys coming down for, say, a splash and dash.
That's a fair point. All the traffic out there with the mixed up fields certainly can make life a little bit hairy for the prototypes. Here we see Florian Hain out currently running for the TSB Ripen move, still leading the way. Of course, this closes things back up. They're probably one of the few cars out there that doesn't really want these cautions because they have been just leaving the field in the dust every time they get some green flag racing. Should be getting, let's see. And it looks like they have opened the pits this time, I believe. So they're coming around to finish another lap. 2.5 hours left to go. Relatively, it's a small portion of the race, but 2.5 hours is usually in itself a full-length race of a major series. So there is still a lot left for these drivers to deal with. Temperature is still about 76 degrees Fahrenheit on the track surface with the sun down. It's cooled down significantly, 10 miles an hour wind. That stayed pretty consistent, so not really gusty, even though it is blowing at a stiff breeze. Still nobody taking the bait. Everybody's going to stay out here with all the pit stops that happened right before that last caution. See one looking like maybe he'll take a move. Nope, that was Lehman in the Pixel Motorsports 112 who winds up staying out.
Yeah, it definitely looks like because the last round of pit stops was so close to this full course yellow, we don't have anybody willing to take the drop in track position by coming down pit lane.
Now, here's what's interesting, and you guys might have, or well, at least Christian might have more information. How did the Argon team, the leader right now in the LMP1s, get so far off strategy? Because I see them on a 26-lap stint versus the satellite racing team on an 18-lap stint so far. That's a good 8 laps difference there.
Yeah, there's been a significant difference between what the PCDC Motorsports Argon car has been doing in terms of fuel strategy compared with both satellite racing and the Element Sim Racing Fire cars. Second and third place cars, satellite and Element Sim Racing, they seem to be stretching their fuel as long as is possible. We've seen the satellite car do as many as 32 laps on a single tank of fuel, so there's a significant amount of saving going on with those two cars, whereas the PCDC Motorsports Argon car just seems to have taken the approach that it's just going to go flat out and try and build as big a gap as it can, and presumably it's going to take an extra stop. But these full course yellows, it's causing a somewhat strange dynamic in that class because it's neutralizing that whole strategy race every single time. We see the yellow keeps coming out at a point where all the cars are sort of at the same point in their cycle, so there's no advantage to saving, but there's also no advantage to going fast because the lead is eradicated every time. So we haven't really seen anything develop on that score, which is a bit of a shame because it did look like it was shaping up to be quite an interesting strategy battle between the top 3 cars.
Lights are still on the Porsche pace car, so I have at least another lap and a half under caution. Again, if you're just joining us, Gianluca Matteo and the PCDC Argon is your leader in the LMP1s. Daniel Kraft right now in the CQR Club number 116 LMP2. They're up at the front of that class as we ride under caution. And Jonas Bowden for the Hell Racers Heresy 219 leading the GT Pro. They're faring a lot better than their sister team, Hampus Baz, who was leading for much of the early part of this race. The Hellracers Gluttony had fallen to the very dead end of the LMP1 class. And then, of course, we mentioned as the TSB Racing Ripen Move have put themselves up at the front, and even though their lead has been stolen away once more by the caution flag, they really haven't been bothered any time that we've been under green flag racing.
Yeah, speaking of the Hellracers Gluttony car, that car was 2 laps down in class though, so it being back to being 1 lap down is quite helpful for it.
Oh.
Although we do appear to have some P1 cars now coming down pit road right at the end of the caution period.
Yeah, that's Argon and Satellite, first and second place in that class. So this is going to hand the lead over to Pfeiffer because he stays out. Oh, and they're going to wave it for one more time. Okay, this isn't towards the end of the caution. They finally opened the pit lane. They spent a long time waving cars around, essentially. And now, finally, they've opened pit lane.
Yeah, the Element Sim Racing Fire car elected to stay out, so that's going to pick up the class lead.
And what you were saying earlier about these LMP1 cars being sent right to the tail end, because they are not allowed to exit the pits until the rest of the field cycles by. So they are finally getting ready to get going here. Most everybody looks to be taking full service. Don't believe we had any driver changes.
We had one P2 car as well in this group, but it seemed the majority of the guys that came down were all in the P1 class.
Looks like we've got Samuel Roth, who replaces Emmanuel Galliniere. So the SKS team, last one to exit out and get going on their way in that Audi. You can see they've all come back out. Let's see, did the Graphite Racing team get back out? Yes, they did. The 392, the one that caused this caution, is back out on track. They spent about 6.5 minutes in pit lane. So I don't think that was strictly just them waiting on the tow to get them back in there.
Appears they have lost a lap because of that as well.
But that means we've only got 3 of our 6 drivers, well, 3 of the 5 remaining drivers, remaining teams rather, in the GT AM class on the lead lap. That'll be the TSB Racing, the Real Pixel 3112 car, and the Team Vikings Midgar 301. World of Sim Racing Junior and the Graphite Racing AM both laps down. Actually, they're both 1 lap down, as you just mentioned that. So it looks like could have a battle for 4th between them once they get clear of all the other cars.
Conversely, if we look at our P2 and GT Pro class, is in terms of cars on the lead lap, we have 6 on the lead lap in GT Pro, and I believe we have as many as 8 on the lead lap in P2.
Yeah, that P2 battle has been really, really tight. It was in the qualifying. It is here in the race. They can't seem to get away from one another. And I don't believe we will be going green this time. Yeah, the pace car stays out. But we might get the lights off once they cross the line. Let's keep an eye on it.
Yeah, I was just about to say regarding the P2 battle as well. During my stint, I can't begin to describe how much I was pushing just to keep in touch with the leaders. Just every lap was constantly pushing, and at the end of my stint, like I said before, joining the broadcast, I was absolutely drained afterwards, but that was good fun, and I have to say I've enjoyed DGFX this season from the races I've done, and I would highly recommend to anyone that's thinking about signing their team up to the league to give it a try and see how they get on.
Lights did go off on the pace car, so unless the stewards throw that caution yet again. We should be going green next time by. And our leader, the Element Sim Racing Fire LMP1 with Arndt Pfeiffer in the machine, will get it going once again on lap 280. They have been out here for a while and just got confirmation from the stewards. We will be going green.
And we can see the disadvantage that those P1 cars that pitted have now got. Obviously the timing screen is showing that they're about 25 seconds back. Now that is a little bit distorted because of being under the safety car. But realistically it might end up actually being as much as 15 or more seconds, just because of how many cars we've still got out here and how many cars that those guys are going to have to pass to get to the head of the line.
And not just the lost time, but there's also the danger in there, I would say. I mean, Ryan, you have experience as well with this, where they're going to have to pick through a lot of cars that are tightly packed together. As soon as you get cars that close together, I have to imagine that the risk factor just goes up immeasurably.
Yeah, the safety car course and safety car coursing period that we had early in the race, I think it was at the start of my second stint, shortly after I pitted. And yeah, the traffic in front of me, you had to be on your toes and be really careful getting through the traffic. It wasn't too bad for me, but just with everyone being so bunched up, you've just got to be on your toes, be aware, and with GT traffic being in the mix as well on a restart, it makes it a lot more difficult. But on the other hand, it makes it also really good fun.
All right. Restart with 2.5 hours left on the clock as they come out of Campsa down into Lakaja. The pace car should take off in a couple corners time. Can Pfeiffer pull enough of a gap to really get himself away? Now, he has not pitted, remind you. He's 20 laps in, so in about 12 to 14 more laps, we expect that number 71 to come in pit lane. Similar situation for the PCDC Xenon car, which is on his 19th lap of this stint, but they are a lap down from our leader, so they're not really quite in the same race that the 71 is. Everybody getting nice and bunched up here. Nerves probably building a little bit for our leaders. They've had time for the heart rate to go down, but now it's going to pick back up and the adrenaline is going to be shooting through the body. Pace car is in. Pfeiffer's holding him up. He's backing him up. Taking a long time. Green flag is out as he accelerates away. And with it all GT cars behind him, there is no one near him except for the car that's a lap down in his class. Nosing managing to break through them. But before they get into the braking for turn one, look at them all fan out down the front stretch. Those drivers try to position themselves to get through as cleanly as possible.
This is a little bit of a new experience for some guys out here. Obviously, the full course yellow sort of overlaps the period of darkness really coming down. So nobody's done a restart under the lights completely at this point. We see a lot of 3 wides throughout the field.
So far, so good. I have to imagine one of the more difficult parts is just telling what class of car is coming up behind you.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially the P1 cars are very, very quick down the straights with that hybrid system, which makes passing for them a little bit easier. I know Ryan was saying passing the GTB Pro cars is a little bit more difficult when you're in a P2 just because you don't have as big an advantage over them, especially in terms of straight line speed.
The battle
sorry,
go ahead. I was going to say the battle for third for between the 64 and the 3 is pretty close considering all the traffic they're working through. That is between Pelchat and Roth. You can see they're having a hell of a time trying to find some clear track at all.
Yeah, I was just going to say all the P2 cars managed to make it through turn 1 after the restart without any issues, and at the moment the top 3 are after that safety car, they're really bunched up, or the top 4 even, they're all relatively close together as the Torque Freak racing car and the World Sim Racing are close together on the home straight.
Yep, they currently are going to hold position 3rd for Torque Freak, 4th for World Sim Racing. They weave their way through Elf and now into Renault. Still trying to sort their way past all of this GT traffic. Speaking of which, they just went by our leaders for the GT Pro. Bowden, leading for Hellraiser's Heresy, has got Roos right behind him.
And we've seen Roos has been very, very quick and was the class leader before the yellow period came out. And we've said it quite a few times now that the Hellraiser's car with some damage isn't quite as quick down the straights as the other GT Pro cars. So with it being in the lead for perhaps the first time in a good while, it's going to be interesting to see if it can hold off Gabriel Roos in that kinetic racing speed car.
And I'll tell you what, proving once again, Christian, why you are a pro-level driver. Your estimate at 15 seconds, it's 15 and a half between Mateo and Pfeiffer.
Well, that's
Take some credit
definitely...
for it.
Well, that's definitely somewhat of a lucky guess. I sort of approximate it's about 10 seconds less than what it says the gap is under yellow.
Still, great call, because he's clear of it now, and he's got to try and chase down that number 71. Fresher tires, mind you. I do believe he did take tires. Yeah, it was about a minute stop, so took full service last time. Riding on board. Now we get to see what it's like rushing through the night in these cars. See the speed carried only down as low as about 85 miles an hour at the slowest point there through Repsol. Braking through Seat as the track drops away. Heading downhill. This is the back half of the course now. Ooh, certainly pushing it as he takes a lot of AstroTurf coming out of Vert.
We've seen this whole race with this PCDC Motorsports Argon car. It's never really in a scenario where it's trying to pace itself. It's always trying to run at max speed the whole time.
Taking the Schumacher routes in a way. Just get those short stints, push hard, and see what the car can do to make up the time. Ooh, wow, really pushing it there. It's some scary moments just on this one lap. Can't imagine what the rest of these nearly 8 hours have been like for this machine. Let's head on over, though, to the lead for the GT Pros, because Roos still leading Bowden. Actually, no, they changed hands, didn't they? Bowden was in front of him not long ago. This happened down the front stretch. We've got a replay. There it is right there. Just got a run on him. Tried to take a defensive line, but wasn't willing to take it all the way to the pit wall. In the end, Roos was able to make the pass stick, and he is now your new leader in the GT Pro class.
Yeah. Oh, we seem to have a P2 around in the entrance to turn 1.
Waiting for a clear gap. That's the V-Apex blue car, the 133. He's already a lap down.
He's got some heavy rear damage, though. The entire rear bodywork is off. I believe he's going to have to stop and tow that. Doesn't look like he's going to get around the track.
Ooh, yeah, there was a big hit. Let's go to a replay about 60 seconds, maybe a little more than that, into this corner. Let's see. Are we coming... That's out of Campsa. I'm not sure if we just went way far back. Let's stick with this to see. He gets hit by an LMP1.
You can see at this point he's only got P2s behind him as he's approaching the end of the lap.
At least I think it was an LMP1 that hit him. Let me double check on that as we watch this replay. No, that was an LMP2. It was the 169 that hit him. Let's stick with this because it might be right here that, yeah, this is it. This is when the incident happens. That's the number 169 just behind him. He's going to outbrake himself. Not anticipate how quickly he's going to be slowing in front of him. Ooh, that was a big hit.
Yeah,
it looked like... Oh, sorry, Chris.
I was just going to say, it looks like there's a lot of damage. It'll be interesting to see if he can bring it back. He's trying to bring it back.
Oh, wow, yeah. That car is not driving well.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I wonder if the 169 car just got caught out possibly, or if the Apex car just braked a little bit earlier than expected and caught him out. So yeah, but fair play to Brian. He's keeping the car going and trying to get back to the pits. But that car is in a right.
Let's head up to the lead of this group, though. Daniel Kraft, the battle between himself and the team Hoisingfeld 101 is closed down to within half a second. There you see it on screen. They just go by Barney now. Who mercifully has run across the paved infield there where they have the chicane. Marcel Ty trying to give a challenge on the CQR Club car, which has been incredibly fast during this race. He's got 2 hours left to try and overtake him, so he's got time to try and make the stick.
Yeah, it's been a great recovery. It's been a great recovery from the Team Huskenveld guys to come back from, I believe it was a stop and hold penalty or drive-through penalty they got early in the race. It was during my stint as well, but it's a great recovery drive from these guys to get back in second place, and they're pressuring the leaders in front of them. That is CQR.
Yeah, a 20-second stop and hold, I see. Sorry, go ahead, Christian.
No, I was just going to say about the CQR car, I was questioning its speed earlier in the race when it was in the daylight, and it just seems like the later the race has gone on, the faster it's got. It looked like when they put Daniel Kraft in, he started to push a little bit more, and it looked like there was a bit more pace in the car. But at the time, earlier, about 2 to 3 hours ago, David Barraclaw in the Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew car was absolutely the class of the field in the P2 class, and just as the race has gone on, Barraclaw hasn't so much faded away, just the CQR Club car has gotten faster and has now taken the lead of the race.
So can Daniel Kraft manage to withstand the pressure of the 101? Marcel Ty still holding within a half a second of our leader, but as they come onto the front stretch, almost looks like Ty does not look quite as good in a straight line. Certainly doesn't close up once they finally get to Elf there. When are they going to hit traffic here, though? That's another question. Looks like it'll be a while. And the V-Apex blue car, which we saw with their incident, has been in for a long time on these repairs. It looks like that rear wing is going to need a lot of work, and who knows, maybe even the suspension, the way that the car was driving. Actually, I would say it's a safe bet that the suspension was heavily damaged.
As this battle for P3 in the LMP2 class at the P3 in the LMP2 class is going on at the moment. David Barraclough, Andreas Quintana, and Tony Baird all together, and yeah, it looks like the top two in front of the Torque Freak racing car up at the front have just managed to pull a gap and leave these guys behind, basically in the dust in this battle for the final step on the podium at the moment.
Let's stick with this, but I'm looking over at the gap between Mateo and Pfeiffer. It's down to 10 seconds, less than 10 seconds actually. So the PCDC Argon is a-comin'. Down into the braking for Elf. Barraclaw still holding on to that third position as the headlights fill his mirrors. Quintana and Baird. Baird, another one that has been up towards the front for a good part of this race in the 122 Nomad. I'm trying to see how the Nomad car got sent back, and I'm not seeing penalties while I was gone. So they had some sort of issue that certainly put them back a little ways here. There's a puff of smoke there, locking up the tires, trying to get it woed up into Seat. Obviously, nobody's resting on their laurels in this battle.
Yeah, no one's like
tight fights throughout. In both the P2 and the GT Pro classes, they've been very, very close. Obviously, we do have that fight for the lead in P1, but in terms of battles for the lead, it's really been P2 and GT Pro that have been the closest throughout. And it's no surprise that we've got so many cars on the lead lap in both classes.
Watching on board with Baird right now. As he chases behind Quintana. Love how we can see flashes of all their settings here on board. Looks like you can even see, I think that's a brake bias over on the left side, I'm guessing, or something to that effect. They've got that red light on as they overtake some traffic. Of course, not everything reads out. You can see we're missing the timing on board those flashing zeros. That's not what the driver would see there. So one thing I would love to see, Ryan, someday, and I know some drivers have put the idea forward, is having your hands somehow tracked in the sim and setting up a cockpit like the real car so that you could actually turn knobs like the real driver would. Some of us are that nerdy, I suppose.
You're not the only one. I've always thought about that, but I've never said it in case someone comes out with a comment and says I'm too geeky or something like that. But I'm with you on that. I would love to see something like that on iRacing. Please make it happen.
Small aside, I have heard of one driver on the dirt oval side who mapped a button to his VR headset so that if he wanted to rip a tear off, he had to press that button on the headset like you really would put your hand up to your head. So there's people who are sort of getting there.
As this battle in the LMP2 is for the third place in LMP2 is still going on as it come up to lap a GT3 car.
Baird's
and
gonna run.
it looks like Tony Baird's got the...
He's going to have the inside. In fact, he's going to get a little bit of a slipstream on Barraclaw as well. Could he get a 2 for 1? He's not quite that ambitious, but there is traffic in front. He slots in between. Quintana maybe will try to fight back as they switch around the outside of Bell in the Graphite Am car. So only one change of position. That's going to move Baird up into 4th.
Next person in front of Baird is David, and it seems that the Nomad guys are starting to pick up their pace again as we go into the nighttime hours or towards the end of this race at night. And I don't know if that could be something to do with setup or tire pressures or camber.
Here we go again.
Baird's got the run.
Oh, almost contact. There might have been a little touch there with Barraclaw. This gives an opportunity to Quintana. He looks around the outside as they come down into Lakaja. He's going to split the two of them as he tries to get the inside. That scares Barraclaw off the racing line. He manages to hold on to that third position, but back into P4 goes the World of Sim Racing team number 151. Tense moments. Let's hold on this before we go to any sort of replay to see if someone gets a run down the front stretch. Quintana decent. Not sure that he's going to have a close enough moment to move on the 181. Oh, he's reeling him in.
Well, you go for the move in turn 1. He's thinking about it. Decides to back out of it.
Wow, he has got Barraclaw hustling that car. Another puff of smoke as he locks up the brakes. Down to the inside goes Baird, but he gets blocked in. Pick from a lapped car prevents him from an opportunity.
And this battle is absolutely fantastic to watch as they've got another GT3 car in front of them. They've got to lap. David tries to go round outside. Can he get it done? Yes, he can, just about. And David runs wide a little bit, but hopefully that should give him a bit of breathing space to Quintana and Baird.
This time going single file through here. This is what kicked this off a lap ago. Contact between Barraclaw and Baird. I think they've settled it out for now. I don't know if we have that bookmarked with that contact a lap ago. I think we've got it. Let's see if we can pull up the replay and watch this one more time. Just the slightest of nudges in one of the fastest corners here, Ryan. I don't know about you, but I need a change of race suit after that.
I think I was going to say something, but I think that's appropriate anyway. But looking at the replay, it looks like David got a bit sideways on the exit, and Baird got a run, and Baird tries to go up the inside. And oh, that was so close to being a bit of, I think he just about didn't get any contact, but that was close.
Yeah, if it was, might have even been a little bit of ghost contact between them. You can see they've not separated. It's still Barraclaw, Quintana, Baird, all within a second of one another as they get lapped by Pfeiffer, our leader in the LMP1s. Update on that battle, it's down to 8 seconds, but not the quickest of inroads on for Mateo on Pfeiffer that I thought he would have, considering he pulled it down 5 seconds not long ago. And I do believe Mateo will take the lead away soon because we're on lap 33 of the stint for the Sim Racing Fire car. There's our Argon machine leading the way.
Believe we've had a pass for the third place in P2.
Ooh, yeah, Quintana side by side right now with Barraclaw. It's not quite done. He got a nose ahead. Barraclaw's got the inside for the next 3 corners if he can hold on to it. And around the outside, power move from the 151 to get himself onto the podium. Not done yet for Barraclaw either, because Tony Baird gets himself a good bit of momentum off of New Holland. They're going to be interrupted by the Argon car. Little look to the inside from Tony Baird, but he's not quite there.
Whilst all this was happening, Element Sim Racing Fire did come into the pit lane.
Took the words right out of my mouth. The 71 finally handing over the lead to the Argon car, which is on the same strategy as the 2 behind him. Pelchat in second and Roth in third. They're about 6 and 7 seconds behind each other respectively. It all stopped under caution last time through.
Still looking at this battle in LMP2 for third place at the moment, fourth place, sorry, between David Barraclough and Tony Baird. And Quintana is actually pulling away ever so slightly, and I don't know if it could be David struggling with the setup, possibly. Maybe the setup doesn't suit these conditions at night, but seems to be struggling for pace a little bit.
Yeah, it's falling off here as they go by some more of the cars down in the GT Pro class. Reykjavik letting them through. Traffic a bit of a headache right now as there is a lot of GT cars amongst them. I think Barraclaw is going to be under threat again. Pour down the front stretch. Doesn't defend on Baird. The Nomad car has an open goal. He's fully alongside, but now he's got to complete the pass. And stronger on the brakes, the 122 now moves himself back up to fourth.
Look at all this traffic. Jesus, I thought there was going to be contact between a GT Pro car and LMP1 car, but luckily both of them managed to make it round the long right hander without any issues.
Now that's Pelchat in the LMP1, and the 64 that goes on through. Like I said before, about 7 seconds behind Mateo, so he definitely has impetus to keep hustling, try and keep up with the Argon machine. Because if something happens, if the traffic holds him up, if he has a mistake that sends him off in a spin, that could be the lead handed over to the number 64. Everybody trying to become the first LMP1 to win besides that number 18 team. Really, that LMP2 fight that we've been watching is one of our best on the track. The only other one I'm seeing, is this correct, is the real Pixel car of the 312 holding on to the back of TSB Ripen move. We have not seen this all race long. So what's going on here? They're on the same pit strategy, 19 laps each, so they're not off strategy from one another. Florian Hain is in the car currently, whereas we had Till Norwig, who was up at the front earlier. Let me see, was there a slow lap? There was a slow-ish lap on 239. No, okay, that was the restart. So no, this is all legitimate pace here for them. I'm not seeing any spins or mistakes or anything.
We have seen from time to time that somebody's in the GT AM class has been able to hold on to that TSB car. And it has occasionally flopped around as to who it's been. Sometimes it's been the Real Pixel guys, and sometimes it's been the Graphite Racing car. So it's not too surprising, but it is definitely making it interesting in that class.
You made a note here. There's been a change for the lead in the LMP2s. So Marcel Ty in front of Kraft now. Do we have the replay? I thought we heard mention. Yeah, let's take a look at this. Big development here. Down the front stretch, he just got himself a nice run, manages to get to the inside. Textbook maneuver, outbreaks him down into Elf, and has not looked back since because it's already 6 seconds. Oh, excuse me. Oh, that's between second and third. Still, 2.2 seconds between Ty and Kraft.
Ty's last lap was 0.8 faster than Kraft's. I believe the pass was included in that, but still he's pulling away.
So clearly he was being held up, because now that he's managed to break the dam, he's just off. That's not good news for the 116. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say that we have seen that 101 car, when it was in the lead of the class before, it was very, very difficult for anybody to challenge it. So it's interesting that it's actually held on to its pace advantage throughout the race. We talked a little bit about the Torque Freak racing car dropping off a little bit as it's gone into the night, but that doesn't seem to have happened to the Team Helsingveld car. It seems to still retain the pace it's had all race.
So another development there that we were watching before, Quintana, now that he's gotten by Baird, has left him behind as well. Baird also dropping Barraclaw very quickly. And Barraclaw must be struggling because Jonathan Dance, behind him in 6th place, has run him down to less than a second now. I'm starting to agree with what, I can't remember who of you said it, but someone mentioned that it seemed like the nighttime is not going well for the 181.
Yeah, I was just thinking it could be also, I've done some races around Barcelona with the spec race for Ford, and I have noticed that it says sometimes it can be a bit FPS hungry and can stutter a little bit, so I don't know if David's maybe having issues with that as well. I know that David likes to use, or David does use VR, so he could be struggling with FPS issues and VR possibly.
Be a shame if that's what's causing him to lose pace. It's the realities of racing in the sim world. You ride on board with Dance. He closes it down ever since we've even looked at this. It was at 9/10 at first. Now it's down to 4/10 of a second. The Adequate Racing 193, despite having it off just about a half an hour ago, is still looking like they've got pace in the car. Down to 2 hours left. We'll be jumping away for a break here soon. Both of them pushing clearly as they wiggle off into the dirt a little bit coming out of Banque Sabadell. They overtake the lap traffic of Casper de Kortz, and they're also going to be overtaken by Pfeiffer. Don't know if we mentioned it, but Pfeiffer came back in 4th after his off-strategy stop. So he's managed to get to the back of him, but Dance seeming to discover what a lot of drivers do over the years, which is it's one thing to catch a car and it's another to pass them.
We've seen it's extremely difficult for these guys in the P2 cars to execute passes on each other. I'm not a particular expert on those cars, but they are obviously quite aero heavy. I imagine there's some degree of aero push when you're following another car in that class, and can imagine that that's probably factoring into why we're seeing it so difficult for say, faster cars like we've seen with Marcel Ty in the Team Heusinkveld car. Now he's out to a 4.7 second lead, but he was tucked up behind the CQR Club car for a very long time before he was able to pull that pass off.
Dance still stalking Barraclaw. David took over from Dawson Brock about a full stint to go. In fact, he's been out for about 25 laps, so he's coming towards the next stop soon. Down the front stretch, though, Barraclaw managing to get himself a decent exit as we ride on board, and though Dance is using the slipstream to pull him in slightly, it's only by a few feet, and that's not going to be enough for him to attack into Elf. With this battle at a bit of a stalemate, we're going to keep the cameras on it, but we're going to take a little bit of a break here on the Global Sim Racing channel. We'll come back with the final 2 hours. Stick around because the DGFX series finale is nearly over. Welcome back to the 10 Hours of Barcelona. We are at the DGFX series finale, and we've got less than 2 hours left to go. Your leader in the LMP1s is the PCDC Argon car with Matteo racing in there. Marcel Tai inside the Hoisingveld 101 LMP2 leading that class. Gabriel Roos up at the front of the GT Pros in the number 260 machine. And then the 305, the TSB Ripen move, has Florian Hoyn in the car leading in that class. On the screen, what you were watching during the break with Jonathan Dance, and he's not overtaken Bear Claw yet. We were waiting for something to happen there, but he just hasn't been able to really make a move on him. Not sure if that's intentional, that he's been sitting around and waiting for something to happen there, as they are in the thick of a lot of traffic you can see on screen. Really, one of the big talking points, as we were having a long discussion over the break, is the championship points in the GT Pro class. Now, Christian doesn't necessarily fit the GSRC mold because he can apparently do math and better than a lot of us. But Christian, it sounds like there might be 5 points between the top three if they finish as they are.
Yeah, it's pretty close in terms of the overall numbers. I kind of only have a rough idea based on class position right now, but from what I can tell, the Kinetic Racing car would be on 93 points as standing. The Team Hersingveld car would be on 91 points, and then I believe the Hell Racers car would be on 1 second.
I think you said 89.
It would be on 89 points.
Yeah.
Now, as it stands, if the Hersingveld car doesn't gain any more position, And I believe even if it gains one more position, it won't actually be enough. It needs to gain at least 2 positions to stop the Kinetic racing car from overhauling them in terms of points. But that does rely on the Kinetic car winning the race, and right now they only have a 3-second lead over the Graphite Racing Pro car.
Don't have to go to it, but we've got our second place driver from LMP2 pitting. That's Kraft in the CQR Club machine. This is a scheduled stop, I'm pretty certain. We've been watching that Heusingfeld 248. This is our points leader coming into this race, but as it stands, not currently our points leader. They've got 26 seconds to make up to Thies in the Fisher Motorsports 284. That's a long ways to make, even with an hour and 45 minutes to try and make that up. And then next car up in front of them is the 285, who is a whole minute and 13 from there. So that's got to be at least a lap up to DePoy in 9th place. This is certainly not looking good for the 248. They might lose this championship at the 11th hour.
Yeah, and I think that'd be ultimately extremely disappointing for them. That has been a very quick car all season. Obviously, it's picked up numerous race wins as well. It's got 3 race wins to its name, so it would be extremely disappointing for them to lose at the very last hurdle, so to speak. But it absolutely needs at minimum 1 more position right now, and it just doesn't look like it's in a position to get it.
And the other thing that's kind of hurt them, I think, is we've only had those 2 retirements so far this race. 34 cars are still circulating around this track, and a credit to everybody for how clean the racing has been.
And I think the track is quite well suited to actually this kind of multi-class racing. Obviously, we've seen a couple of incidents, but generally, with the width of the track and the runoff areas and so on, it's worked out quite well, and there's quite a lot of places for people to execute passes. So we haven't seen the kind of attrition that we've seen at some of the narrower tracks that we've been to.
Certainly no Detroit, as they've got a lot more space out here. We have had one of the GT Pro cars retire. That's the Samba Racing team. We've also had a couple pit stops in the last lap or 2 here. Virtual Motorsports, looks like Michael Storm has come in and out, and Mark Torres in the Kinetic Racing 280 has taken their stop. Should be seeing a few of the others in and out soon. Also, looks like our leaders pitted in the LMP1s. PCDC Argon just came out. So they move back into 2nd place. Pelchat continues on, and Pelchat's actually just in the pits right now, so they'll hand the lead back over to the PCDC Argon car. Now here's what's interesting is that was a short stop. That was just fuel for the number 18. So they did not get passed by Pfeiffer, the number 71.
And that's something that we saw with both PCDC and Satellite coming down a pit with on the last full course yellow, whereas the Element Sim Racing car didn't. And obviously afterwards the PCDC car had closed the gap quite significantly to the Element Sim Racing car, but then with the pit stop the Element car has not obviously been able to retake the lead.
Okay, Pelchat is back out, and not by a huge margin ahead of Element Fire. Fact is, the gap now settles and my timing and scoring catches up. It's a little under 4 seconds. Pfeiffer could still find himself challenging for 2nd place, at least before his next stop. Man, he's got a lot of traffic right now, though. That's certainly holding him up. That's DeVoe in the Hexa purple car. So here's a question as well, because the Hexa purple 266 was the one that was fighting for the lead for much of the first 2 hours of this race, and now they're down in 4th, not seemingly on the pace anymore. Did they have some trouble while I was gone?
I don't believe they have. It just seems to be a strange scenario where going into the night, we've seen some cars pick up a lot of pace and others seem to have fallen back some. And we do have some pit stops going on in the GT Pro class right now, so that's going to jumble up our timing screen a little bit. But overall, yeah, like you say, they've just not really been a factor as the race has gone on, but they were very, very quick in the first half of the race.
Looks like Ryan's friends down in the pit lane, Torque Freak taking service.
Yeah, just watching the pit stop at the moment, and yeah, David Barclough came into his pit box and yeah, missed it by a couple of inches, so had to reverse up slightly. So it'll cost him a few seconds at least, but it looks like he's probably taking fuel and possibly, yeah, fuel and tyres at the moment, I think. Yep, on the jacks and taking tyres.
You can see the car pop up. So full service for the 181. He's going to get passed by a couple cars that are on a slightly different strategy going on by. Looks like World of Sim Racing is going to cycle through with Estefania. Same thing with Baker and the CQR. Bearclaw back out now. Returns to 7th position. And he's got one more stop to make it to the end.
Whilst that
also-
was happening, Marcel Tai comes into the pit lane from the lead of P2.
Barrett's going to follow. Does Jonathan Dance come in? Yes, he does. So we're seeing a lot of drivers finish out their stint on this lap. That was Baird going by.
I'm just watching the Marcel tyre as well, and it looks like yeah, I think he'll probably take new tyres as well, possibly, for, I'm guessing anyway, so I think some teams have tried to double stint the tyres and it's not worked, but and I think in that case most of these teams are deciding to change tyres at every pit stop possibly, but just fuel only for Ty.
So a quick stop for the 101. Baird the same. Only fuel. Does Jonathan Dance follow suit now that he saw them take off? No, full service for the 193. He's going to take an alternate strategy.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I thought these guys would have took new tyres at the stop, but maybe because of the track temperature, which is, let me have a quick look, is only, yeah, it's about 24 degrees Celsius, so maybe some teams are thinking that they can get away with double stinting these tyres.
76 degrees Fahrenheit for the Americans out there. You can see it on screen. Still the wind's holding about the same direction, about the same speed. So that has been playing nice with our drivers all race long. We're still waiting on Forte, the number 169, to take his stop. A couple cars a lap down as well. Paul Van Loon of the No Luck EM Sport needs to come in, and so does Jacob Lehman. All right, does Forte come in? Yes, he does. Forte is going to hand the lead back to Marcel Tai. That'll mean that Baird is still in second. Now, will Estefania be able to come back into third, though? This might be close with Forte.
As Forte comes into his box, and it looks like, yeah, they're doing a driver change, and it looks like they'll be taking tyres and fuel, so a full service for this team.
Estefania, doesn't look like full service for him. There was 46. No, that was full service. Excuse me. That was 4 tires and a full tank. And the World of Sim Racing team is able to stream on by. As Forte is still stationary. Baker even goes through. Barraclaw goes through, so it was much farther down than I initially anticipated. The 169 will return in 7th place.
Yeah, I just noticed as well that no one's something. Actually, yeah, someone's jumped in the car. That is Marcus Romer.
Romer back in, returns. That was a bit of a late call for the driver change.
Yeah, I'm very surprised by that. Normally, when you do a driver change, someone jumps out and then someone jumps in straight away. So I'm not sure what that was all about.
Maybe trying to figure out who they want, and they had their choice of driver with an hour and a half left to go. Last stint, or at least one of the last 2 stints for these cars, should be a bit of a shorter one.
And that's why I'm a little bit confused in terms of the tyre decision here. Obviously, we see a bit of a split decision in the class. Some taking tyres, some not. But with it being likely that there's only one more stop, I would have thought that if there was a time... Oh, we've got a GT Pro car nearly getting spun in the final corner. Just held on to it. There was some contact with the PCDC Motorsport Xenon car. But we'll get to that. But in terms of the P2 classes, I would have thought if you were going to take tyres, you should take them on this stop and not the last one. So, interesting split decision.
That was Depoy, the Fisher Motorsports 285 machine. I think there was indeed contact. Let's look at the replay here. In fact, this is a great catch from the 285. Depoy could have found the car into the pit wall here. Watch this. Gets touched. Almost goes around. Powers out of it. Beautiful catch. Woo. Skin of your teeth type stuff. Oh, and we've had another car off. Iker Estefania, the World of Sim Racing Team car, is off track right now. This is Invert. The 151. There he is. I think. And this was with the same car. It's been a bad couple quarters here for poor Aaron Depoy. This time, though, he's the one that comes away better of the two. Oh, no.
And we've had an interesting development in the lead of the P1 class as well. It looks like the satellite racing car is going to have a 20-second stop and hold.
Ooh. For a dive bomb, the number 392, that is the Graphite Racing AM. We must have missed this incident then, because I don't think we covered anything like that. We'll try and find out more about that later. Oh, wow. So Pfeiffer is not going to go through quite. No, Pfeiffer is through. Satellite Racing Team serving their penalty. And that'll actually cycle them down to fourth place, it seems. Okay, so that changes the complexion of things. We're still trying to figure out who is on the better strategy between the 18 and the 71, though. Got about 10 more laps for the 71, which should mean about 15 to 16 more minutes. That means they've got at least 2 stops. So Mateo, with about 20 more laps to go. Ooh. So can the PCDC Argon car go on one more stop here? No, because actually, no, I don't think so. It'll be very, very tight. They need a caution to be able to make it on one more. Because it's going to be 2 stints of 45 minutes, at least from here, as we hop on board for this battle. Casper de Court on Stefan Overgaard. This is for the lead in the GT Pro. He's got the slipstream of that LMP2 up ahead and not much between them as he chops him off down at the apex. Casper de Court now up to the front in the Graphite Racing 292.
With that, the Kinetic car goes from championship winning position to outside.
So does that hand it over to Hell Racers, or does that hand it back to Hoisingfeld?
I believe it hands it to Hellraisers, but I'll have to look at the points once more.
Hellraisers is still getting 89 points, I think, right?
Well, the Hellraisers car currently is running in 4th. which I believe will give it
12, or
24 points to its
Yeah.
current total, which would put it on 85. So actually, the Team Hersingveld car might now be back in championship winning contention because it will score 91 points right now,
Wow.
compared with the Kinetic car, which would score 87. So the Kinetic car has to get back in the lead.
Unbelievable. So we ride on board with Stefan Overgaard. Talk about pressure here. He's just been overtaken. If his team is aware of this point situation, they need to be on the radio to him to tell him that they've got to catch up to that Graphite Racing 292. And so far, they're already dropping a little bit of time. It's up to 6, almost 7/10 of a second. That 248, the Heusingveld is not catching up to the next car up. In fact, they've lost time. It's now 34 seconds up to the Fisher Motorsports machine. That surprises me. Is Heusingveld suffering from damage? Usually they are easily the quickest car out there.
Yeah, I feel like the Hersingveld car must have some damage of some kind. It's a bit difficult to see in the dark, but it does look like there's a little bit of rear damage to the car. Definitely isn't showing the pace that we're used to seeing from this car.
Yeah, there it is right there. That looks pretty minor. I wouldn't think that that would make them slower than the next slowest car out on track. Maybe find themselves 5th in pace or somewhere around there just due to that tiny little dent that they've got. But maybe it's some suspension that's causing them some of that pace. We don't know right now. I think we had another 40-second stop and hold just assessed for the 111. I think that's Elvis Bonello. Falk Autotech team. They're
That's the car
already
that
well down the order in 11th, though. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just about to say we've seen that car has had some quite big offs, and I believe it is 4 laps down on the next car in class, so not really a major setback for them, all things considered.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a miserable day, unfortunately for them. Elvis took over the car last from Roberto Pancaldi, and it was Schlacks who started this race initially for this team. All right, less than an hour and a half to go. I do believe we've got only a couple more laps before the number 71 needs to come in for a stop. Down to give some love to our leader in the GTMs. Till Norwig back in for Florian Hain. He took over the car not too long ago, maybe about 6 or 7 laps ago. And because of the penalty that we had for the Pixel Motorsports machine not long ago, he is really not under threat once again.
Very comfortable lead for that car now, with obviously that penalty. Was looking close for a while, but now the gap out to 44 seconds nearly.
Bonello serving his penalty. Sounds like we got a battle for 4th, though. This is for... I'm trying to figure out which class we're... GTM. I'm not seeing... Oh, yes, it is, in fact. This is a lap down from the leader. This is Oosterhuis and Relui. Driver who has taken over for Bernal. Duenas started this race for the World of Sim Racing Junior team. You see that is Ruben and the number 351. The car on screen right there with the black and the orange trim being chased by what is the Fisher Motorsports machine. That's a GT Pro, so that's not the one that's for position. Oosterhouse a little bit behind. And the Graphite AM car, the 392, who are on board right now. The purple machine. Magenta, whatever you want to call it. Fuchsia.
Both these cars with what looks like a good bit of damage, especially the World of Sim Racing car. Front end of that car with a significant amount of damage, but Graphite Racing car also looks like it's got some rear damage, so it explains why both these cars are not matching the leader pace and are a lap down right now.
Yeah, and to be fair, I want to say at least in the first 2 hours that I was covering at the start, it certainly seemed like a lot of the damage and a lot of the chaos was happening amongst the 6 GT-AM cars. We're having many offs and contacts with the wall, unfortunately. Speaking of which, did we just have an offer one of our GT Pros? No, we did not. Okay, so false alarm on that. We've lost a lot of our battles recently. Most drivers are simply cruising around at this point. This is really our best battle. Ooh, and Frank has gotten right up underneath him. Can he maybe get a run down the front stretch on Ruben? Falls back a little bit through New Holland, and that was a bad exit through there in the Audi. So he's not going to get the opportunity this time.
Sitting quite a bit back and dives down to the apex and gets into the corner better than Ruben, but on exit Ruben just pulls away again and Frank not able to really close that gap anymore.
It seems like he's strong in certain parts, but not really strong enough to really give himself an opportunity. And keeping half an eye on that Sim Racing Fire car, which is now on its 29th lap, getting ready to start its 30th. And actually, it's coming in right now. So second place driver in the LMP1s, taking another stop here. And after this, he'll have one more to go. All of the crew chiefs furiously doing calculations here at the end, figuring out the best way to get the car to the finish. And are we going to have a driver swap here? Pfeiffer gets out, and that is going to be Hoffman back in.
And I think that definitely hands the advantage firmly to the PCDC Motorsports car. Both of these cars are now going to owe us at least one more stop before the end of this race.
So we hop on board with the Argonne machine up and around Bonk Sabadell. They've got a lot of laps to go before they need to come in. Only other car that is on a similar strategy is the Xenon machine. The 54 is on lap 30 right now. We have racked up a lot of those laps, though. It's 3:24 for our leader out there.
Yeah, and I was just keeping an eye on our GT Pro class battle. Now 2.5 seconds separates the two leaders. Casper de Kort's just ever so slightly pulling away from Stefan Overgaard.
Boy, the biggest fan of that Graphite Pro team right now has got to be the 248. Christian Frank in that car, still hovering at 34 seconds behind Ben Fisher. Just has not been doing anything to make up any ground. Granted, at this point, as they sit, they are our champions, but it is essentially out of their hands.
Yeah, it's got to be excruciating for these guys because whatever's happened to their car, it just has no pace in it at all. And they're completely powerless to run down anybody in their class. They've really got no cards in their pocket. It's all down to what happens to everybody else, and obviously it's entirely down to whether that Graphite Racing Pro car can stay ahead of the Kinetic Racing Speed car.
Looks like Xenon now taking their stop as well. Casper Earls currently in the car. He took over for Nosing shortly after I came on air here, so I think they're going to keep him in. Yes, indeed. No driver change. He stays in the car.
Yeah, I'm just having a look in the P2 field as well, and it looks like all the battles, most of the pack is settled down, and there's not really any battles going on at the moment. I guess the kind of closest battle we've got at the moment is the CQR Torque Fruit Racing, Adequate Racing, and I think that's about it at the moment. But just looking at the P2 cars, if CQR stay where they are at the moment and finish in front of Torque Fruit Racing, I believe, if I'm correct, they should wrap up this P2 championship after the race.
Right now, that class being led by Ty and the Hoisingveld 101. Ever since they passed the Nomad machine, there's been no stopping them. It's about 7, nearly 8 seconds back to the 122. The Hoisingveld car has just steadily grown that gap and really been unfazed for the time being. Honestly, the only fight we've got that's within a second is still between 4th and 5th in the GTM. Oysterhouse leading Ruben. Taking another glance at these two. Ironically, this is for literally the last of the cars still running.
Comes down to that old thing that there's always somebody out there for you to race, no matter where you are in the field. You'll find somebody.
Oh, and he's going to race indeed. He's closing in on the back of Oosterhouse. Does he have a go? He looks to the inside. Going to try and outbrake him into Elf, but he's not confident enough on the binders. Oosterhouse a little wide at the apex, though, but he manages to hold on to things. Going to be joined by some traffic. Samuel Roth easily able to avoid them. Same thing with Marcel Ty, although they're going to be to the inside of the corner here. Way off into the marbles for Oosterhouse. The graphite car is trying to recover. They're going to be side by side as they come into Seat now. And Ruben once again denied. I can tell you this probably still means something for these drivers. Nobody wants to be dead last on the field.
PCDC Motorsports Argon, the leader, has just come into the pit lane.
Oh, well, this is odd. They were not nearly close enough to the end of a stint. And, I wonder if this is driver time related. Interesting, because they took Mateo out and they've put Refness back in.
Yeah, it must be a driver time issue then if they're swapping drivers, especially at this late stage of the race. The advantage they had, there was no need. It's not like they needed to put a faster driver in. So this has got to be just drive time related.
But they did take tires. Very short bit of fuel, though. Since they didn't go a full stint, they really come out in a lot of traffic, so they're going to have to weave their way through a lot of drivers. Roth takes the lead in the SKS Tribute car. Pelchat in the Satellite, after their recent penalty, is down in third, but still running. Sim Racing Fire still came out behind the 18. And maybe this is why they felt safe, because it looks like even with that unusual call on the strategy, Refness is now essentially on the same strategy, but they've still got track position and what looks like about by half a minute.
I think we'll have to wait until the timing all sort of sorts itself out to really assess where they're at. But that car definitely owes us at least one more stop. I was under the impression it was only going to be one more, excluding the one we've just seen it do. So I'm really unsure as to how this is going to filter out at this point.
Maybe this is a case of them splitting up the last two stints into two short, quick ones instead of a long one and a very, very short one. Maybe they prefer to cover their bases. The other thing to take into account in this, even though we haven't had a caution in a while, they do not have cautions in the final 30 minutes in this series. So if drivers want to try and cover themselves from getting caught out by a caution, they'll want to do it before 30 minutes to go. Banfield is back out and returns in 12th in class. The V-Apex Racing Blue has had a tough time here in the night. They got shoved off the course unceremoniously, got a lot of damage, had to take a ton of repairs, and have since been running last in their class.
Yeah, they've had a pretty rough race since all that happened. And speaking on the drive time, though, it brings into question some of our GT Pro class drivers. Casper DeCourt has been in the Graphite Racing Pro car for a long time. He's got to be nearing his limit.
Let's see, shared with Julian Bell, and they have... Looks like they've spread it apart from one another relatively well. He might be able to take this to the end. They might have a fair share between them. But interesting that they're doing it with only 2 drivers.
And that definitely might play into it. But he's been in the car since lap 239, I believe, and we're now on 288. So that's nearly 2 full stints.
With at least another full stint to go, because we've got more than an hour. That's a long day, a long finish to the day for Casper DeCourt. And he's hailing from the Benelux Club. So it is what time over there right now? It's got to be really late at night at this point.
It's about 10 minutes to midnight, I believe, for him right now.
Yeah, that's been a long day. Not as late as it could be, but certainly going to be tired, because that'll mean about 1 a.m. by the time he finishes, if he stays in the car.
I'm sure being in the lead, though, offsets some of that feeling of tired.
Too much adrenaline in the system to feel tired at this point. I have tried to do an endurance race where I could feel the sleepiness start to hit me, and it's not a good feeling. If you think it's scary getting tired on the highway, try it at 120, 140 some miles an hour. Still, Stefan Overgaard at about 5 seconds back from DeCourt right now. Still nothing to report for Hoisingveld, who remained at about 34 seconds back from the next car up. Right on board with our second place driver in the GT Pro. Of course, we talk about DeCourt hailing from Benelux. Let's not forget that Overgaard is from Denmark, actually, so similar region. Interesting that they mark that as part of Club Scandinavia.
Yeah, not sure how those guys feel about that. You'd have to ask them on that. And I was just having a quick look at the driver time. I'm not 100% sure on the regulations for this series, but I'm just looking, and it seems that Julian Bell, the other driver in that car, has done 128 laps, which means that Casper DeCourt at this moment in time is already up to having completed 162 laps.
Meanwhile, Ryan spotted a developing bit of story happening over in the LMP2s, it seems.
Just watching David Barraclough at the moment, and he's slowly closing down the CQR Club LMP2 car of who's in it at the moment, David D. Baker. He's slowly closing him down, so we could be possibly on for a battle for the final step on the podium, but also we've still got one pit stop to go, or one pit stop remaining, so this battle for the final step on the podium, or the podium positions in LMP2, could come down to who could stretch the field out the longest, or just down to strategy in general.
I believe they need to get to about 50 to 55 minutes to go for the longest stints in these LMP2s. If they pit before that, they've got to make one more stop, unless we get a caution. which is becoming less and less likely as the time ticks by because we've only got about 42 minutes left that one could be thrown by the stewards. After that, it's every man for himself.
Absolutely, as just looking up at the front in P2 as well, it's still the Team Huskenveld leading at the moment, and basically they're in a bit of no man's land at the moment with a gap behind them to the next car in P2, which is the Nomad Sim Racing HPD. So Team Huskenveld, they were nowhere in the early stages of the race, but they've just been going about their business and slowly but surely getting back up through the field and back up into the lead. And yeah, they seem to have that setup nailed in the car.
Baird right now in that Nomad machine behind them, chasing Marcel Ty, who's been in for a minute, I must say. Talk about drive times. He took over for Ronnie Fantini quite a while ago. Worth noting, too, yeah, Ty did not get into this car until taking over for Fantini and has been in ever since. So he essentially got plopped in just as the sun was going down and has been handling the Midnight Owl shift all on his own. We got some information on the drive time from the Peanut Gallery saying that Casper looks to be fine as the max drive time is about 7.5 hours for this event. I don't think they're anywhere close to that.
No, I was actually just working through that as that answer came through. I believe the maximum number of laps that GT Pro drivers can do, because it's 7.5 hours, is about 275 laps, and currently he's up to about 163 laps. So he's got about 100 laps to play with, and I don't think he's got another 100 laps in the race. So
that is assuming under green, but that's enough of a margin.
yeah, I believe he's very much safe.
All right, and Pelchat's in. Satellite Racing Team brings the car down. They're going to have to make one more stop, though. And is Pelchat going to hand it over? Yes, he is. Lemire is in the car. So the Canadian going to finish things out. A little bit of a nicer time over here, depending on which coast he is. It's currently 6 p.m. East Coast time right now over here in North America. So Lemire back out on track. He'll return in 4th place, just as actually he's being approached by the Hellracers Gluttony machine. But Gluttony still needs to pit. Bit of a shame that the 19 is not up at the top challenging the PCDC Argon, as they were incredibly fast in the first 5 hours of this race.
They have had a good recovery drive, though, to be almost back on the lead lap. I believe they're still 1 lap down, but still they were at one point at least 2 laps down, so they can't be too disappointed with how they've come back.
Yeah, I think once they take their pit stop, they will go back a lap down, because right now they're on the lead lap with Roth. Roth will be pitting about the same time as them, the SKS car, on lap 26. So they lead the race. They will hand it back to the Argon team once they come in for their stop, which should be within the next, I'd say 15 minutes. It's going to make it a little bit awkward, though, for the SKS Tribute team. If they can go 15 more minutes, that'll mean that they're pitting just shy of what they could do on a long stint. So that'll be about a little more than 50 minutes to go.
Keeping with the theme of the P1 class, we've got another penalty. It's for the 71 Element Sim Racing Fire team. They've been given a 20-second stop and hold for a dive bomb.
Apparently it seems to have caused some damage. Or no, it didn't cause damage, rather. It was minor contact, but we weren't happy about it. And that is our car that's trying to chase down the PCDC Argonne team on an alternate strategy. Well, what was an alternate strategy, and then Argonne pitted just about 3 laps after them. This certainly spoils their hopes of trying to challenge them for a potential win here today at Barcelona. Do they come in this time? Nope, they're going to stay out. Curious if we've had any drivers actually get that time penalty, the stop and hold penalty for the incident count yet. Because I haven't been watching extra closely, but I don't recall seeing anybody make any unusual timed stops.
Yeah.
Gluttony is in the meantime.
Yeah, it's one of those ones which is really difficult for us to assess. With it being an automatic thing within iRacing now, it's not something that obviously we get tagged with, because we're seeing the race control penalties with the stop and holds. So if the only way we can see them, I suppose, is to see if there's any oddities in terms of stint lengths.
All right, so Wallström in the car right now, not looking like anybody's hopping in. Looks like he might try and finish it out, although he will have to take one more stop from here. It's going to be literally a splash and go. He is going to get tires. We saw him go up on the jacks before we hop over to our leader. Excuse me, on refness. Well, the driver that should be taking the lead back here soon, I should say. Jumping the gun a little bit. Our leader's technically Roth right now.
But I believe Roth is due in within the next 3 to 4 laps.
He is indeed. We're on lap 28 of his stint. Gotta imagine they're gonna try and take this out as long as they can, so I wonder if they'll try and get all the way to lap 34, maybe even 35. We'll see. Right on board as comes up into the dust of one of the GT cars ahead. Nope, he is in now. So he's not going long. Interesting. Now Refnes will re-inherit the lead. It's what Bill Zahn would call some crystal ball commentating.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of interesting strategy going on with these P1 cars. A lot of driver swaps happening at a really late stage of the race, which is quite surprising to me. We haven't seen it so much in the GT classes.
Looks like Gallagher is going to get into that number 3. You know, I wonder if this is a case of simply putting someone who's nice and fresh in the car, so that's your sort of anchor leg, that someone can really push the car because they're not worn out and they're ready to go.
It definitely could be that, but my question to these guys would be, why would you not have taken the driver swap, the tires, the full tank of gas under the last full course yellow we had? That was about 2 hours and 45 minutes of the race to go, and don't get me wrong, it's not an easy racetrack, but it's not a particularly mentally taxing one. This isn't, say, Bathurst or the Nürburgring, so I think with 2 hours and 45 minutes to go, I would definitely have considered just putting someone in all the way to the end.
Yeah, fascinating to see how each team sort of calls their strategy, because everybody kind of has their own method and their own thought process to this. Just about to hit that 1 hour mark.
We just nearly had an almighty accident on the front stretch. The 102 P2 Team Vikings car was making a pass on a GT car, and I'm not sure exactly as to who was drifting where, but there was contact with a GT car, and he had a huge moment in the middle of the straightaway.
This is worth a replay. Let's see if we can find it. Oh my goodness, he would have taken out Oosterhuis as well as the 392. We're looking for tile guard in the 102 for this incident on the front stretch. Here it is right here. Couldn't quite see it from that camera. You can see him bobble. Let's take another angle at that one. Well, he was already really plugged up there coming off the corner. This really shows why he was trying to get through when he could.
I was very close to being a really big wreck there.
Yeah, that would not have been a small accident. Let's go back to David Bearclaw. Third place is getting ever closer here, Ryan.
Yeah, I was just about to say that Baraclough has managed to close the gap down to David E. Baker in front of him for Team CQR, but he's not closing them down as quickly as I thought he would. That's kind of David in front of him has managed to maintain the gap, but watching David Baraclough behind him, he's absolutely giving it the beans, trying to close him down as much as possible. And with a pit stop remaining before the end of the race, I think this battle could come down to the final pit stop and who decides to try and go as long as possible before blinking and diving into the pits.
Baker's on 3 laps longer of a stint right now, so he's the one a little bit more under pressure fuel-wise. As they come out of Verts, a lot of traffic having to interrupt their battle here. That did help Baraclaw get closer just before we jumped over to this, and then suddenly they separated once again. Baraclaw going to try and send it through on Jean-Philippe Vide. Make sure that he keeps touch with that CQR machine.
If David can get a good run on the exit of these final 2 corners, if he can get a good run heading onto the home straight, he might be able to make a move on David Baker in front of him. But it's going to be touch and go as the Baraclough has to lap a GT car into the final corner and loses a little bit of momentum.
Yeah, I'd say that certainly put the idea out of his head because he is nowhere close enough to attack down into Elf. Still, let's stay with this. This is one of our closest fights on the track. Pretty soon, we should be within the window that if these drivers did want to take an early stop to cover off any cautions, they could cause themselves to cycle around in front of people if we got one before 30 minutes to go. But then that's no guarantee either.
It was going to bring me on to a question as well regarding the final stop. A question for Christian at the moment. What would you do, Christian, if you're Baraclough? Would you maybe pit early before Baker and try and undercut him, or do you just try and stretch fuel out as long as possible?
Well, I figure these guys have got to be close in terms of fuel with these P2s. They're looking at about 30 laps for Baker right now and 27 for Baraclough. Now, I know that the fuel lasts about 32 in the P1s, but Ryan, how long can we go in the P2s? And that would be what would affect my decision. I think if I was even close, say within 2 laps of being to the good, I'd probably stretch it as long as I could.
I'm trying to think. I can't remember off the top of my head a stunt for the P2 car. I was just so busy concentrating I couldn't remember how many laps it was. But it can't be far off the P1 cars either, to be honest. I mean, I don't know what I would do if I was Baraclough. If I would maybe try and go as long as possible, stay out as long as possible. Even if Baker can go maybe 3 laps longer, just try and stretch it out and try and take less fuel at the pit stop and try and cut a time loss during the pit stop and try and keep in reach of Baker.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. And I think at the moment it looks like Baraclough is going to have a slightly shorter stop, so even if he's right behind him now, it's probably going to cycle him out ahead. And we've seen with these P2 cars that they do struggle to pass each other, so I think if he just keeps tucked up with him, then the pass and the stop itself is probably his best bet.
Tucked up he has been. He's been caught up behind Baker for, I'd say, the majority of this stint now. They're going to be caught by another LMP1, Errol and the PCDC Xenon coming up to them. Poor Errol is the last driver in that class right now, but talked about Dory Awards before. Another driver probably worthy of that, hoping to try and get something just by sticking with it. So still nothing that allows Barraclaw to try and reel him in. Baker just started lap 32 on this stint.
It still looks like a pretty agonizing scenario in the GT Pro class. The Stefan Overgaard still just losing time ever so slowly to Casper de Court, is now 8 seconds behind and 8 seconds from being in championship winning position. So unless he can really pull something out with making their last pit stop shorter or just being able to turn the tires on better for that last run, it's not looking good for the Kinetic Racing speed car, which sounds very strange. He's obviously running in second place and having a genuinely great race, but in terms of championship position, it's not enough. They need to win the race. Team Hersingveld car is out here still struggling around to make lap time, still 30 seconds off the nearest car in 11th place, but will score enough points to win.
Not the way they probably want to win it, but still, I have to imagine any way to take the championship, they'll be happy. In the meantime, I think we've got a driver from one of our LMP1 teams potentially joining us. We're waiting to see when he can join us. So we'll talk to him in a little bit. Looks like Nosing might be jumping into the booth soon, but 55 minutes left to go. I think we're just about to where the LMP2s could pit if they wanted to take it all the way to the end.
Yeah, I think we're definitely in that kind of borderline position. They've got to be close. We see Baker's now on lap 33 of his fuel stint.
He's still halfway through this lap. So now we've got Christian Nosing ready to come join us. So let's pull him up into the booth here. Talk to one of our drivers for the number 54. That's the PCDC Xenon car. Welcome to the booth, Christian. Looks like you guys have not been having the greatest of days, but credit for still going. It looks like you want to see the checkered flag pretty badly.
Yeah, hello from my side. Yeah, we're just finishing it now, but like on the last caution we got completely screwed over. Like SKS, which we were fighting closely with, or like were like in contention with, were able to get the lap back whilst we were stuck behind the leaders, and now we're like a lap down to them, or the other guys essentially, and can't really do anything on our own.
So knowing that, are you able to play support in any way for your sister team to help them wrap up the championship here?
I mean, we could, but essentially I think they have the pace to like do it themselves. I mean, they're pretty safe on strategy right now and got a good gap to the other guys, so I think they can do it themselves. They proved themselves multiple times now.
We were talking to Ryan a little bit earlier since he was actually out there in the LMP2s, but what about from the LMP1s, the perspective of the traffic so far? It's looked decent from us because it seems like there's a lot fewer cars than what we're used to in this series. Do you feel like that's improved everybody's behavior out there, that there's a lot less pressure to try and hold anybody up?
Yeah, I feel like traffic has been fine for the most part of it. I mean, the LMP1, if you are behind a slower car in the fast turns, it really hurts your lap time, so the pressure's still on to get the traffic cleared, but I think you can manage it pretty well on this track.
It was an interesting mix of tracks, of course, this season. Certainly some ones that were more stressful than others. We look at the likes of Detroit and whatnot. Is there any circuit here on iRacing that you're eyeing and saying, I want this next season on DGFX?
I don't know. I mean, having Mats Laguna Seca and Detroit in the calendar to me was not the best decision. I mean, yeah, the races were exciting, but it's so stressful and to me kind of unsafe to drive there. So yeah, I'd like tracks where you can actually push and have more, where it's more about your pace and not about how lucky you are with traffic. Because like Laguna Seca and Belle Isle were very traffic dependent, I guess.
Meanwhile, it looks like Baker's taken his pit stop, so the 116 in and back out in 6th place. Ryan, I saw you had a question here.
Yeah, it's just a question regarding the track schedules this season and the track combinations. What was your opinions on them? Did you think they were good this season, or was there any tracks that you would have liked to seen in the schedule, or what's your view on the track select?
I mean, you can make the tracks work, but I feel like again, that's like Laguna Seca and Belle Isle are a bit of a stretch for 4-class multi-class racing.
Well, thanks for coming and talking to us, Christian, and hopefully you guys can maybe have a little bit better end of the season next season. Still a little bit of time to rest and get yourselves recuperated. So go enjoy the remaining hour of this race.
Thanks for the interview. See ya.
Nosing driving for the 54, the PCDC Xenon car. And looks like the Torque Freak machine is in.
Yep, it looks like just fuel only with just under 51 minutes remaining in this race. Fuel only, and it looks like it'll be close to see if Baraclough can get back out in front of Baker, as Baker's coming round the final couple of corners. And yeah, Baraclough is leaving the pits. This is going to be so close.
Baker's past the start-finish line as he comes down up to Baraclough. David doesn't have his speed quite fully there yet, but I think he's got it because there's traffic between them. Ooh, and almost a mistake from the car in front of Baker. That was Jens Ledwig and this Element water car that almost lost it.
Yeah, that was a good...
Let's look at a replay on that. By the way, Baird pits just now too, so the 122 machine is in. This is on board Baker. That was a fight for position there that we saw on the Ferrari nearly going around Baker's heart and his throat.
Yeah, that would have woke him up anyway, that's for sure. But that was a good stop from Baraclough, and I think after the the final stops are done, I believe that should put the 181 car up into a podium position possibly.
Yeah, that should get him into third, depending on what happens with Baird here. Don't think we should see any sort of unusual stop for the 122. He's still in his stall. We're also waiting on Ty and Romer to come in. Baird is down and out. Back on his way just as Baraclough comes out of the final corner. Yeah, Baird is well clear.
Baird able to take tires as well and still come out ahead.
A 46-second stop compared to the 31 for the Torque Freak car. So that did gain them time. That does cut it down to about 6 seconds up to the 122. So can Baraclough actually turn the wick up now? He's been struggling in the car in these dark conditions.
And whilst we had the P2 cars pitting there, we've also had some stops in the GT Pro class car. Our two leaders, Graphite Racing Pro and Kinetic Racing Speed, both came down. The gap's down to 3 seconds between those two cars now. Not a significant difference in terms of pit stop time either. 53.6 for the Graphite Racing car and 53.1 for the Kinetic Racing car. So interesting at how that gap somehow managed to close down. It was at about 9 seconds and now it's at just under 3. So quite strange actually. I'm not sure what's gone on, whether the Graphite Racing car was held up out on circuit somewhere.
Could have been. There's usually so much going on that it's easy to miss those at times. With less than 50 minutes to go in this 10-hour race, the last race of the season. If you want to do something, you've got to start doing it now.
Yeah, this is the closing stages of the race. The last hour or the last couple of hours is when you want to try and get your moves done and try and pick up any positions that you can get. As like the P2 class, for example, I'm guessing that David will be on it now after his pit stop and just pushing as much as possible to try and catch Tony Baird, but also increase that gap to David Baker behind him.
And Marcel Tai is now down pit lane. So our leader from the LMP2s hits his stall, gets his service. Is he going to be a long one like we saw with Baird and Romer, or is he going to be a short one like we saw with Barraclaw and Baker? By the way, Romer also still needs to take his stop. I know he runs in third, but he'll be cycled back through the order. Ooh, got a new car, or a new driver in.
Yeah, and there's actually been another development in GT Pro, which I've only just spotted, and that's that Michael Storm for the virtual motorsport car is actually now become the de facto class leader. He somehow had a very, very short stop, 29.5 versus 53.6 for Casper de Court, and is now 9 seconds ahead. So when both Hellraiser's Heresy and Hexa Racing Purple pit, the virtual motorsport car will be the leader.
Ooh. Well, that is an interesting development for sure. Fantini in the Hoisingveld car, the 101, did take a long stop, but he comes out decently ahead of Tony Baird. Now, not totally comfortably ahead of Tony Baird because there's still about 5 seconds between them. Bad traffic, a mistake, any sort of error could still cost them that small gap that they have, that little buffer.
Yep. Fantini managed to come back out still in the lead, and I believe just watching the German sim racing LMP2 car as well, this should be in the pits within, I'm predicting, the next two or three laps.
Lap 34 of their stint right now. That'll hand third place back to Barraclaw. Baker about 4 seconds behind David right now. Interestingly, Romer came out, or at least Baird came out just ahead of Romer, I should say. Might have been a critical moment for them, because if they had come out behind this German Sim Racing 169, could have cost them a lot of time. Watching Romer while we've got the Hoisingveld car on screen, and it looks like Marcus is in now.
So yeah, they're in the pits. It should be, I'm guessing this will be either fuel only, or they'll do a driver swap and then do a full service. So I'm not sure how long Marcus has been in the car for, but I'm guessing they'll probably do a driver swap and just stick a fresh driver in for the finish.
So far, he's staying put. So with 44 minutes left to go, I think he is just going to take the splash and dash. See if he goes up on the jacks here. Rattray also pitting. No Luck EM Sport taking their final stop. Romer's going to stay in the car, and no tires. Fuel only. He's back out, and I think, is he going to return in 7th? Yes, he will. Rattray gets back out and is on his way. I think that's our stops for the major players in the LMP2s. Of course, it's a little jumbled up throughout the field, so we might still have some going. But let's go through our top 5 real quick in each of the classes before we head off to break. Refnes, your leader in the PCDC Argon, number 18, up in LMP1. He's being chased by Satellite Racing. Lemire is in the car, but it is a minute and 2 seconds difference between them right now. It's a big gap. Then SKS Tribute is back in third. having overtaken Element Sim Racing Fire after Element Sim Racing Fire found themselves getting another penalty here late in the game. Hoffman got in the car, but they got some work to do to try and get back onto the podium. And then the top 5 is rounded out by Magnus Wallstrom. Ryan, what's the top 5 look like in the LMP2s?
So yeah, the pit stops for the LMP2s have been done, and as it stands, it's Team Huskenveld currently leading the class. Second place is Nomad Sim Racing. Back up into third place after the German Sim Racing pit stop is Top Freak Racing. Fourth place is CQR Club, and rounding out the top 5 is Adequate Racing.
And then moving back into GT Pros. In a minute, the class is in a little bit of flux because we've got 2 cars that are still pitting. One car is actually just pitted right now, but the class leader as it stands is the Hexa Racing Team Purple car, and that is on lap 31 of its stint, so that should be in any lap now. In second place right now we have scored is Hell Races Heresy with Lindenberg driving the car. It's just pitted, so we'll have to see if it actually has cycled out the second. Michael Storm up into third place with Virtual Motorsport. After that really short 29.5 second pit stop. And then our class leader for a very long time, Graphite Racing Pro with Casper DeCourt, is currently in fourth place with the Kinetic Racing Speed car driven by Stefan Overgaard in tow, just 4 seconds back in fifth.
Down in the GTM, TSB Racing Ripen Move. They've been the class of the field all day long. And though they had a little bit of a challenge for a while, that's dropped off, with Real Pixel Motorsport now in second, about 20 seconds back. Team Vikings Midgard with Arneson in the machine, the 301. About a lap down from that leader in that class, is followed by Graphite Racing Am Oysterhouse in that 392, trying to chase them down. They were in a battle with World of Sim Racing Junior, but they have since fallen well behind them. The 351 rounds out your top 5. Let's take a quick break here on the Global Sim Racing channel. 40 minutes left to go. We're going to take you to the checkered flag from here when we get back. Welcome back to Barcelona. It's the final 34 minutes here in this 10-hour race. We still have battles on our hands. In spite of everything, right now we're watching the battle for second as Lemire has recently overtaken Gallagher, we believe. I think we got the replay. Let's take a look at this and see how this happened. And that's him coming out of the pits. So this was through strategy. The SKS team found themselves just short. If they were half a second quicker in the pit stop, they would have been out in second place. They might have a shot, though, as we come back live, as they're going to split one of the GT cars, going around either side, and Gallagher tries to send it in deep. It doesn't quite work out as he loses the spot right back. There was some dirt off the road that was being kicked up. Someone was off track. But wow, that erupted fast. That was Pancaldi in the Falk Autotech, so we don't need a replay on the car that went off ahead of them. Oof, SKS wants this badly. They want to be up on that second step. The track is really clogged up here. This does not bode well. They almost go 3 wide. Lemire still holding on to it. Gallagher stalking him as they approach Pancaldi. The one I was saying earlier had an off. He's going to give way, let them through. Oh, another instance of going in way too deep there for Gallagher. Misses the apex, but doesn't lose too much time. Let's stay on this battle, but things have changed around due to the pit stops in the GT Pros. Christian's gone over the iterations, and he has the update for us.
Yeah, it's completely changed with that pit stop. Both Hell Racers and Virtual Motorsport had way shorter stops than the previous class leaders, which was the Graphite Racing car and the Kinetic Speed car. And what that means is it means that the Hell Racers car is now the class leader with about 4.8 seconds over Virtual Motorsport. But more significantly, that puts them in the position to win the championship because they're currently second, 24 points behind Team Helsingveld. And even if they finish second now, if the Helsingveld car doesn't gain any more spots, which it really doesn't look like it's going to, then the Hell Racers car would score 95 points to the Helsingveld car's 91. And would win by virtue of that. Even more so if they hold on to this position and win the race, then it's guaranteed that the Hell Racers car will win.
Oof. So pressure is on for the Heresy machine to try and hold on to this lead. They looked like they were saving fuel for a bit, but they've since staved off some of the inroads on that. Looks like we've got one of the drivers for the Nomad Sim Racing car, the 122, which is currently second in the LMP2 class, coming to join us. This is Lewis Foster, who has come in. Lewis, welcome to the booth. Your team faring pretty well out there. Are you feeling the nerves?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we got Tony in the car right now. He's doing a good job. I jumped in for a few hours, but he's our main driver right now. Yeah, he's doing a good job. I think he's P2 at the moment, just chasing down the leader. But yeah, we're just kind of looking for a top 3 in the championship at this point since it's double points.
Yeah, obviously there's a lot on the line out there. With the Helsingveld having that gap and there being only those 30 minutes left, at this point, do you just try and bring it home as best you can?
Yeah, I think so. I spoke to Tony and he's just focusing on, keeping the incidents down and just focusing on making sure he gets through traffic without any issues. 7.5 seconds. It's going to be hard to eke it out, especially as the person leading right now. When I was in the car against him, he was rapid. He was very quick. So I think it's going to be difficult to kind of catch him this quickly in such a short amount of time. But as long as we keep it P2, I think that'll be good enough to kind of get us top 3 in the championship, especially with the double points.
Yeah, just a question from me, Lewis. What was the plan for you guys heading into today's race with it being the final round and being double points? Was it just is it kind of use the approach of go for broke and try and win this race, or is it just kind of see how the race pans out with it being 10 hours and just see how it goes, or is it just as I say, just try and win the race or finish on the podium?
Well, we always obviously aim to do our best. I think obviously our aim was to be in the top 3, so to beat our rival teams was the main aim, which would probably be winning. You know, the position we're currently right now, I think this is good enough for a top 3 in the championship, which was our realistic aim, and we had an off chance of being champions at the end of it. I'm not sure. I'm a fill-in usually. I'm a fill-in right now for DGFX. I don't usually do this. Our main other driver couldn't compete this round, so I stepped in for Nomad. So I think this is enough to get us in the top 3, possibly even P2. I don't know about P1, but no, the aim coming into this was to just do as well as possible and grab as many points.
I am afraid we are the bearers of bad news, because we just got word from the stewards that your team has a 20-second stop and hold. So this is going to unfortunately set that Nomad car a little bit back, Lewis. It's going to be an uphill battle, it seems.
Yeah. Oh, that's great news. What for?
Causing a collision, it says. Made it 3 wide with the 122 on the inside with no room to do the overtake. That's what I'm reading on the steward sheet right here.
Okay. All right. Well, you can't argue with the stewards, so we'll take that penalty to the chin. That's going to put us 5th, isn't it? 4th. About. Oh no, because it's stop go. That'll put us 5th. Okay. Yeah, that's a shame. Especially as only 2 of us, it's been quite a hard race for the both of us to get through it. Tony's been doing the main work for our team, but that's a bit of a shame for the team and for Tony and myself. But yeah, these things happen. It obviously wasn't intentional, but yeah, I don't really know what else to say about that. That's a bit of a shame.
Yeah.
Got to be told here now, but yeah, okay, that's a bit of a shame.
Well, one of the things that we've been watching, we haven't really seen much in the way of. We saw that they've implemented the automatic incident count penalties at 57. How close has your team been getting? Has that not been much of a struggle? Because we really haven't seen anybody come in for those.
Yeah, Catalunya is quite a difficult track on incident points. I did a 24-hour race a while back here in a GT3, and we definitely struggled then. But this race now, we've been focusing on just keeping off the tracks and keeping on the track limits. It's especially tough around the higher speed stuff like turn 7. That's the worst one. There's Tony doing his pit stop now. His hot stop and hold. Yeah, it's definitely hard, the incident points, but I think we're okay with it so far. We're probably on about 50. So most teams really just focus on keeping off that because it's quite a big penalty for going over the limit. So yeah, I think we've done a good job this race. It's a shame it's had to end this way, but yeah, I'm proud of Tony and myself for sticking in for 10 hours.
Well, that's a little bit of leeway, but not very comfortable, especially coming down to the end. Commiserations, your team fell down to 5th after serving that penalty. Hopefully we'll get to talk to you a bit more after the checkered flag.
Okay, cool. Thank you, guys.
That was Luis Foster, who came in and talked to us, and unfortunately saw his team fall down the order as he came in and spoke. But we've had a bit of a battle going on in GT Pro as that's been happening.
Yeah, the Graphite Racing Pro car is currently 3rd and recovering from that much longer stop, but he appears, Casper de Court that is, appears to have caught up to Michael Storm, and I feel like we've seen this happen a couple of times this race, and I feel like we're going to have another good battle here for the 2nd place. Now, whether Casper de Court can actually clear Michael Storm and run down the Hell Racers Heresy leader car, you see him on the Hell Racers car on screen there, he's not too far ahead, only 4.7 seconds. We'll have to see, but first he has to get by Michael Storm.
And right now, Storm doesn't look interested in pulling over. They've got that track position. They want to hold on to it. No more cautions to help anybody out. So if he's going to pass him, it's got to be on track. Ooh, and he's going to try and make it happen maybe right here down at a Repsol as he took a little bit of a look. De Court, though, decided to back out of it as they get Marcus Romer 7th in that LMP2 class coming on through. Oh, but now he gets his nose in with the traffic there. So DeCourt slightly ahead, and with the inside line as they come down into Verts. There you go. He slices through. So he's got to set his sights up to Lindbergh, and he's got 5 seconds to make up. Ooh, these have got to be tense times for that 292, knowing that the win is on the cards. But he's got to push, and he's got to push hard in an attempt to fight a racer who's trying to win a championship. Now, you said, was it second place and Heresy still manages to take it?
Yeah, this is the thing with Heresy. Even if they finish in second place, I believe they'll score 95 points, and that will be enough for them. I've actually been keeping tabs on the Team Hersingveld 248 car, the current championship leader, and they are slowly closing down the Element Sim Racing car for that 10th place. They're about 12.1 seconds back right now, but it's not going to be enough. Even if they get to 10, I believe if the Hellracers Heresy car finishes second, they will still, with the double points, overhaul them and win the championship.
Wow. With not much space between them after a 10-hour race, the very end of the season. Stick around for that checkered flag, because I don't think any of us knows how this is going to play out. There you see our leader in the GT Pro, Stellan Lindbergh. He's been sharing the car with Viberg as well as Jonas Boden. Of course, Viberg has not been in since the start of the race. It's been mostly swapping between the others two for the remainder of it. Looks like we got third place up for grabs, though, in the LMP2s, because Baker is under threat. The Adequate Racing number 193 has closed in from a decent gap and is threatening.
And this is actually another one that we need to keep an eye on in terms of championship points. Going into this race, there was only 8 points difference between Torque Freak Racing and CQR Club. Now, in their current scenario, the Torque Freak Racing car would score 34 points, I believe, and the CQR Club car would score 28. So that would gain it 6 points, but it would still be 2 points in favor of CQR Club. Now, if Adequate Racing passes CQR Club, I believe that would actually flip it in the favor of Torque Freak Racing, but I'll have to check that.
21 minutes left, and Jonathan Dance, another driver that could have an effect on this championship. As they come onto the front stretch, what kind of run are we going to see out of Dance? The Adequate car not looking all that strong. So Baker looks to be relatively safe as they pick up speed down towards Elf, hitting the braking zone, and indeed not even a poke of the nose out from Jonathan.
And also as well, I've just found out as well towards the end of the race, having a look through some of the P2 teams and regarding off tracks as well. Some teams are on the limit or close to the limit of off tracks. If they get to, I think the limits for off tracks is 50, 57. So if they get or go over that, I think they get a stop and hold penalty. So some of these teams need to be careful.
Yep, that's correct. It is a stop and hold, and it is 57 incidents. So as hard as they're pushing, they can't push too hard. Still more traffic yet in front of Baker. That's Oyster House, and this is a horrible bit of placement for this as it slows him up, it checks him up, and now just feet behind him. Dance looking around the outside. His defensive move covers things off for David Baker into Lakaja. Oh man, he is really got to be feeling it in that cockpit. The 116 is going to have to really go on the defense down the front stretch. Jonathan Dance much closer this time, yet again, more traffic in front of him. Ledvig, is he going to be able to get around? He just manages to time it right.
Yeah, Dance has got the run on Baker though as they head down to turn one. can Dance get the move done into turn 1? He's trying to go for a move up the inside, but can't get it done.
That was an early turn-in from David Baker just to cover him off. Chops off his nose and keeps him back in that 4th place. Again, how much is the team on the radio telling him, you've got to hold him off, you've got to hold him off. This counts for the championship.
For the P2 championship as well, maybe Christian could correct me, but I believe that if Adequate did indeed finish in front of CQR and Torque Freak Racing finish where they are at the moment on the podium, I believe they would just take the championship, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I was just running the number on that, and it would go in 2 points in favor of Torque Freak. So yeah, David Baker cannot lose this position.
Keeping an eye on this, as well as Overguard with Kinetic trying to get past the Hexa Racing purple machine. This is not the Kinetic fighting for the championship, but they got a really good run here, and Guignez is going to cover him off, forcing him to take an outside line as they break for Elf. Could we see an over-under potentially? He tries for the cutback, but there's just not racing room there.
Yeah, and as you say, it's not fighting for the championship. Well, frustratingly for that car is that it was, but with the stop where it was much longer in the box, and now it's stuck behind the Hexa Racing Team Purple car.
We got to go to the CQR car because it's getting overtaken. Dance has managed to get side by side with him. Does he pin him down because they're coming up to traffic? He does indeed. He leaves him just a little bit of space, but he's not willing to take it. That means the championship is now favoring the Torque Freak car.
Yeah, absolutely. I was about to say it. Dance is making a move on Baker, and that was a superb move from Jonathan Dance. He got it held on the outside and managed to keep the outside line, and he used that GT Pro car on the inside as a bit of boxing to take that position. As you say, Joe, that is a championship in favour of Torque Freak Racing as it stands.
Saw some flashing of the lights, not sure if that was frustration and from who that was coming. So David Baker, now that he's been overtaken, can he stay with him and can he get him back? Or does Jonathan Dance have too much pace for the CQR car to keep up? No, this is not looking good right now because they're starting to fall away.
Yeah, and exactly that. But the one interesting thing where it could actually flip back in favor of CQR is if now that the Adequate Racing car is clear of the CQR car, if it runs down the Torque Freak car and passes it, it will flip back in favor of the CQR club team.
Well, he's got to make up 7.5 seconds. So Bearclaw's got quite a buffer. We ride on board with a CQR car right now, watching him try to keep pace with Dance. Oh, we had a car off. That was Stefan Overgaard. Stefan Overgaard and another car. That was Guignez. They came together. The two that we saw battling earlier have made contact, and I think this was in Renault. Oh, it was Guignez who lost control. We're going to watch on the replay. The car snaps. Overgaard was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Watch another angle on it.
Yeah, and that's just really unfortunate there. Obviously, it was really hard racing between the pair of them, and obviously Guignez had that moment, and unfortunately it just happened to be when Overgaard was to his outside.
Let's watch. I love this when we get to see the steering wheel, see the inputs.
Yeah, it just started to get away from him. He went to correct it, and obviously normally you would have the space there, but with how tight the battle was, Overgaard was there.
Ooh, we got one of our LMP2s in. The Real Pixel 112 machine has Teal in the pits. So not sure what happened there. Got some big damage, so we'll have to look into that. Ryan, go take a look at that for us, because we actually have to get back to the race on track. Casper de Court has run down Hell Racer's Heresy. We wondered if the Graphite Pro Team could do this. And right now they are on the bumper, but they have not passed them yet.
And the Graphite car is clearly the quickest pro car out on track right now, and I think if you're Hellraiser's Heresy, you just let them go. You're not racing this car. I mean, of course, you're giving up a race win with 15 minutes to go, which seems a crazy thing to do, but let that car go, and you'll still win the championship.
Yeah, I think that'd be the take I would have on it, as long as they stay ahead of Storm, who's still about 5 seconds back and doesn't seem to be catching. They should be okay. But then we don't know the fuel situation as well. Granted, if the fuel is a worry, I feel like, Christian, that's even more of a reason for them to let DeCourt go, get in his slipstream, and try to save a bit with that and go faster.
Yeah, absolutely. We've talked about that Hellraiser's car having some damage the whole race, and that definitely hurts your fuel economy as well. So having a car to draft off of is definitely beneficial on that. And we see the Kinetic Racing Speed, Stefan Overgaard, obviously. That was a car that at one point was on course to win the championship and now is taking repairs in the pits. So that's how quickly it can flip around. And speaking of other championship moves, I'm just taking a look at P2 right now. The Adequate Racing car is really catching the Torque Freak car. It's within 4 seconds now.
Oh my goodness. The fact that this championship could change places twice in the last 20 minutes. And they're working through a lot of traffic at the moment. Things are tense, but we're staying on with the lead here in the GT Pro. Let's stay with this, but we've got an update from Ryan on what happened to that LMP2 car that we saw damaged in the pits.
Yeah, the 112 Real Pixel Motorsport car, on the exit of turn 1 in the long right-hander, he just lost it on the marbles and went into the wall back sideways and got rear end damage, and unfortunately that's put pay to the race, and a miserable race for them. That is unfortunate, but if you get in the marbles, you're just a passenger.
Yeah, sad to see. Meanwhile, this is David Barraclaw on screen between our two leaders in the GT Pros. He's going to be able to sneak through. Barraclaw holding Dance back at about 3 seconds. Lindbergh, our leader in the GT Pro, separated by only half a second to DeCourt. Another LMP2, Tile Guard. He's a lap down from Barraclaw, so he's not in a race for position with them. He can have patience here.
The next car in line that you can see, that is the Adequate Racing car, and that definitely is in a position to chase down Barraclaw.
He has to go very wide as they let through Galinier, our second place LMP1. They now hop on board with Dance as they continue to overtake our GT Pro leaders, who have actually split apart from that. Oh, no, they haven't, actually. No, Oh, excuse me. I thought that DeCourt had gotten by, and false alarm. Is still behind. This is incredibly tight. This is the closest it's been. 0.2 of a second. 11 minutes left to go. Time is on the side of Casper DeCourt. He's got at least 7 more laps to try and make something happen. And that's going to take the inside line away from the Hellraiser's car. He ducks it back in just in time. That was Baker squeaking his way through. Well, this is looking very good for the Graphite car as he is right on top of him. He is going to get a tremendous slipstream, immediately covering down to the inside. Lindbergh wants to hold on to the lead. He wants the safest position possible for this championship. He's going to make the Graphite car work for it. DeCourt has a nose ahead, but is on the outside of the first apex. That becomes the inside of the next one. Hellracers tries to get back in it, but a touch of the dirt slows them down. The lead now goes to Casper DeCourt.
And what's even crazier about this is we saw that incident between the Kinetic Racing Speed car, Stefan Overgaard, and it appears that Element Sim Racing, that was ahead of Team Hersingveld, has had to pit as well. Team Hersingveld is now in 9th, will score 95 points if it finishes there, which it looks like it's going to. And now Hellracers in second place is also going to score 95 points.
Oh my goodness. But Hellracers doesn't have the wins that Huysingveld does. So Huysingveld would take it on a countback if they finish how they are. And that explains why we saw Lindbergh fight as hard as he did to try and hold on to that lead. But he's watching that Graphite Racing Ferrari start to pull away from him. Oh, as he makes a little bit of a mistake. Maybe some hope yet. DeCourt does have to bring this home.
So now it is a case of where, to guarantee the championship, Hellracers has to pass and get that lead back. It doesn't seem likely. And just keeping an eye on further down the field, the Element Sim Racing car is 9.7 seconds behind the Team Huysingveld car, so I don't believe that they'll pass them with 9 minutes to go. So if it finishes this way, then Team Huysingveld will win, despite for the last 2 to 3 hours seeming like they were out of contention.
You just cannot give up in these races. This is phenomenal stuff. I never would have thought in some of these battles for the championships, it would literally come down to the last 10 minutes of the race. We're almost to 8 to go now, and DeCourt definitely pulling a gap on the Heresy car. There's about 0.8 of a second. He hasn't completely gapped him. He hasn't gotten him totally out of range here. A little mistake could bring him back into the hunt, but he's at least out of attacking range.
In the P2 class as well, yeah, Jonathan Dance is absolutely caught up to David Barraclough quickly. The gap is about 1.1 seconds, and I think David might be struggling at the moment. I'm not sure what it is, if the tyres have went off, but Jonathan is just caught up real quickly as a P1 car comes up to the lap, and that was close.
Goodness. So Jonathan Dance still having hope that he could get another position here. Where is his team of the implications of their pass? They're also fighting for a championship themselves, even if it's not the top spot. Adequate Racing sitting in fourth. They want to overtake the World of Sim Racing team. Where are they right now? They're a few down, so they've got them beat. This is going to be tense.
Yeah. Sorry, Joe.
I was just going to say I'm keeping half an eye on our GT Pro lead as well, so don't worry. We'll keep you up to date on both of them. Go ahead, Ryan.
I was just going to say, even though I'm not doing any driving or doing a stunt at the moment, I'm just sitting here and my legs shaking like crazy with nerves.
I was tempted to ask you how you're feeling right now, since that is technically your car that is fighting for a championship.
Yeah, wait
up just ahead on screen.
I was going to say, wake me up when this is over.
It's hard enough watching from the sidelines, but have to call your own championship. Jonathan Dance still hanging around at about 1 second behind. Where is Refness right now? How many laps do we have left? He's actually crossing the line right now with about 6:20 to go. So we're looking at about 4 or 5 more laps here.
It's got to be close to that, yeah. At the minute he's lapping 125s.
Stick with this battle for second place in the the LMP2s, because the GT Pro battle for the lead has fallen apart. Lindbergh now 1.5 seconds back. Interestingly, Storm has lost a ton of time. It's 9 seconds back. They're not sure if they also have had to save fuel.
Yeah, Storm had a pretty short start, but Lindbergh did have the shortest stop in the GT Pro class, so I'm wondering if maybe Storm just inherently had... Well, actually, looking at it, Storm pitted 30 laps ago, so it's quite probable that he's very, very tight on fuel.
Yeah, trying to just squeak it down to the end. David Baker, probably the biggest fan in all the track out there of the Adequate Racing car right now. They weren't before when they got overtaken, but If the 193 manages to get by the 181, that will give the championship back to the 116. They come down the front stretch, easily passing by the GT Am car of Ruben. That's actually going to put a bit of a spacer between the two as Ruben holds up Dance, gets on the binders and locks the tires up.
That's exactly what Baraclaw wanted. Gives him just a little bit more, and here comes the P1 car as well to just slow up the Adequate Racing car just a little bit.
Yep, that gap to Jonathan Dance has went back up to about 1.7 seconds, so that's what David needed. And if I'm David, just try and bolt away as quickly as possible, because these cars in front of Jonathan will hold him up through this left and right and up into the fast right-hander onto the back straight.
Not much of a battle to report on at the top of the LMP1s. That's Refness in the middle of them right now, with about a minute gap over SKS Tribute, and then about 20 seconds between our LMP2 leaders, Fantini ahead of Baraclaw. Really, Baraclaw's fight is the much more interesting one, since that has championship implications. And Lindbergh continues to drop time bit by bit in our lead for the GT Pros. DeCourt has it up to 2.2 seconds now. Norwig just doing his thing as always. 37 seconds for that GT Am lead. Adequate Racing with a setback here. So we watch him on board Norwig. Dance now about 1.5 behind. What kind of traffic are they looking like up ahead? Oh, Rattray off course for some reason. Looks like he was just giving way to the leader.
And up ahead of David Baraclough is a HPD car. That's 9th place Robert Rattray. So will Robert get out of the way, or will he cause any problems for Baraclough and Jonathan Dance?
Well, like I said, he was extra polite to Refness, so I have to imagine he's probably going to do the same, seeing this fight brewing behind him. Right now he's not immediately pulling it out of the way. Baraclaw, though, was on the lights and flashing them at the lapped LMP2, letting him know he's there. Rattray going to slow up, let one through. Oh, that's a little bit awkward there for Dance, but he made it work.
I don't think I wouldn't have slowed down right in the corner. I would have backed off well before, but good. As the gap to Jonathan has went up to about 2 seconds, so this could help David massively.
Adrian, let's see, 2 laps to go this time by. Just taking care of the car. PCDC's number 18 machine has won all 5 rounds so far this season. This 6th round will mean a clean sweep of the victories. So did something happen to Estefania here? Switched over to him. Oh, he's catching up to Romer. This is for 6th place. So could see a late change here in the LMP2s in the mid-pack as well. And looks like it actually has changed. So Romer overtook Estefania, now up to 6th. Watching to see, looks like the Argon car about halfway through the lap here. And Dance is on it again. He's got it down from those 2 seconds to 1.2 now. Oh, lap traffic once again for Baraclaw, just being a headache. It's one of our GT Ams staying out of the way. Oosterhouse. Still, it has been super costly. It's down to half a second. Flashing his lights, trying to frantically get through. Both of them leaping out of the way here. The Torque Freak car does not want to sit around right now.
Yeah, he can't afford to.
Yeah, he can't.
Right there.
Yeah, I was about to say the same as Christian. He can't afford to, but I think Jonathan, if he gets a good exit in the final corner, he'll get a run on David. But David won't let him go. And I believe we're coming into the final lap, so this is going to be absolutely intriguing to watch.
White flag is out for this battle and for our leader, Argon. We'll watch this for as long as we can. Coming down into the first corner. Is he close enough for an attempt? Doesn't look like it. But Dance has got him on the ropes.
Well, Dance nearly had the opportunity to sneak up the inside there. Baracol just closed it off in time.
Oh, this has got to be difficult for that Torque Freak Racing driver.
And they're
He
catching
knows
GT
he
Pro
can't
cars
afford
as
to
well.
let this up.
In a traditionally really bad place to catch them in a prototype as well on the run down to a sequence of fast corners. It's not where you want to be trying to pass them.
Flashing
Baracol
those-
clears the Porsche.
Ugh. So does Dance. Porsche pulls out of the way. We've got just about one more corner before we need to leave this battle. Oh, and they're going to split this GT car, looking for it. Nope, they go on the same side. Let's go to our leader, because Adrian Refnes going to make it 6 for 6 wins for the PCDC Motorsports Argon team. Winner behind him in the LMP2s, Ronnie Fantini, going to be followed by this battle for second. We've got to watch this run to the finish. Baraclaw is just barely ahead. This has implications for the championship if he can just hold it out, and he does it. Torque Freak takes the championship by finishing in second. Looking to see where our other two classes are. I see DeCourt in the Seat corner, and Norwig is right behind them, so I think they have got a lot of lap to go here.
Yeah, I believe that the Graphite Racing car did manage to cross the line in time to complete another lap. But with no threat from behind at this point, the Hell Racers Heresy car has dropped way back. And with them finishing in this order, it looks like the Team Hersingveld car that has struggled the entire race down in the back end of the field, running no higher than 9th for the last 3 hours, is actually going to come away with the championship.
Incredible. Who would have thought? Let's go to DeCourt, because he comes around out of Europe car right now. That pass was critical in this championship. But right now, all the Graphite Racing team cares about is their win here today after 10 hours at Barcelona. Norwig going to follow them home. There was hardly any doubt with them. The 305 just put on a clinic. That's going to take us to a quick break here on the Global Sim Racing channel. We'll come back with the unofficial results as well as driver interviews. Stick around, because we'll see all the upcoming races here on GSRC. Welcome back to Barcelona. The final round of the DGFX Series season wound up with a 10-hour race that came down to the last lap for some of our championships. Literally, the final lap, sorting out who was going to take it. And in the end, the overall winner of the race was PCDC Argonne, winning every single race in their class. SKS Tribute, a good second place, considering they started sixth, which was last in their class. That was a good run up. Satellite Racing with a podium, finishing in third, with Element Sim Racing Fire at 1 point, challenging for the victory here today, but a late penalty, and so unfortunately put them last on the lead lap and fourth in their class. P5 went to Hellraiser's Gluttony. For all the pace they had in the first half of this race, they just unfortunately had some bad luck and wound up a lap down in fifth and couldn't get back into things. PCDC Xenon was the last of the field, trundling home in sixth place here. Ryan?
And LMP2, taking the win in that class was Team Huskenveld, taking second place, and winning the championship was Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew. Third place was Adequate Racing. Fourth place was CQR Club, and rounding out the top five is Nomad Sim Racing.
Then down in the GT Pro, it was Graphite Pro who took the victory over Hellraiser's Heresy, making the pass with very little left on the clock, but that denied Heresy the championship with that second place. Virtual Motorsports, at least according to our calculations, that's unofficial. Virtual Motorsports took third with Kinetic Racing Velocity in 22nd overall and fourth just off the podium. Hexa Racing Team Purple, fifth place. Unusual after seeing how they started this thing and fighting for the victory. They eventually fell down the order. Absolute Unit of Racing took sixth with Fisher Motorsports number 285 finishing seventh, and their 284 finishing eighth. Then you've got Team Hoisingfeld, our champions by our calculations, finishing all the way down in ninth. Element Sim Racing Water was behind them, and then Kinetic Racing Speed, the finishers of the GT Pro, with Samba Racing Team retiring. What do the GTMs look like, Christian?
Yeah, and then we had the unrivaled winner in the GTM class, TSB Racing Ripen Move. Never really looked under any threat, except for one team, which was Real Pixel Motorsport 2. They came home in second, and they were pretty close to challenging the Ripen Move team a couple of times, but not able to actually pull it off in the end. Then we had Team Vikings Midgard in third, with World of Sim Racing Team Junior in fourth, Graphite Racing Am in fifth, with Usagi Racing in sixth.
And that's going to be our finishers. So let's get to our interview, starting with our overall victors, Gianluca Matteo and Adrian Refnes, who took their number 18 car to victory for the sixth time out of 6 rounds. Congratulations on the sweep, guys. Were you ever in doubt today that you could manage to make it 6 for 6?
Ever? More like always. We had it was a very intense race for us. Thanks. We started off and we were unsure where we would end up, but we were focusing on getting the position we needed. And then somehow in the middle of the race, it all unraveled and we found ourselves at the top. We don't quite know how, but we were super happy with how everything went.
Jean, you obviously started this race. What was it like in the opening stages, dealing with all the cars out on track? There's fewer than normal, but still it looked pretty frantic.
Yeah, it was really frantic. This track is not really made for passing all that much. And it's always different weight on your shoulders if you know that the season is about to end and you could seal the championship. For us, that was significant, and that added to the pressure.
Adrian, you had the opposite end. You were the anchor and brought it home. Do you get butterflies when you're the last in the car trying to make sure that you seal up a win like that?
Oh yes, for sure. It was a very special moment, considering the whole season we've had, all the great moments we've had, and all the times we had to fight for the victories. It felt extra special to cross the finish line today.
Well, sorry if this has to be a little bit short. We got a lot of drivers to talk to, but before we let you go, anyone you'd like to thank for the season and the championship?
Yes, we would like to thank Florian, who has done our strategy in all of the races. he's been brilliant and at least half the reason why we've done so well. Thanks to everyone at PCDC. Thank you guys for commentating. Have a good one.
And also DGFX for organizing the league. It was good to take part.
Awesome stuff. That was our winners in the PCDC Aragon Car Refnes and Matteo. Up next, Christian's going to be talking to Marcel Tai, our winner in the 101 Hoisingveld LMP2.
Marcel, it looked like it was a pretty good race for you guys. The Hoisingveld car always had a ton of speed in it, and you were able to come away with a win today. Now, not coming away with the championship, but must be pretty happy to win this final race.
Yeah, that's for sure. Thanks, guys. Yeah, we had a pretty good race. We just had one technical issue, I think 2 hours in, when Gunnar, had some technical issues with his Oculus. But then the cautions somehow brought us back to the pack, and then we could maintain a decent pace and get away with the win finally in the last race of the season.
Yeah, well, in terms of pace, it always looked like you had one of the quickest cars out there. We talked a lot about some of the other contenders in the class, like the CQR Club car and the Torque Freak Racing guys, but especially that last run, you were just able to pull away, and it didn't really look like you were under threat at all after that last caution. Now, one thing that we saw a lot of was on the restarts, it looked like it was pretty difficult for the P2 cars to cut through the GT cars, and you look like you did a better job of it than most. Can you talk us a little bit through the challenges of the race in that regard?
Yeah, it's always like the restarts when the whole pack is that packed and it's very tight, and you often end up with 2 and 3 wide situations, and that's pretty difficult to keep it together there. But we did a good job there, especially today. As I said, the cautions helped us a bit, and we just were able to get the best out of it.
Yeah, well, overall, it seemed like it was a bit of a kind of opposite ends of the scale for the Team Hoisingveld cars. Your GT car seemingly was in a bit of a struggle tonight. Managed to come home in 9th and still take the championship, though, and obviously you took the win, so a pretty good team result. And before we let you go, is there anybody that you'd like to give shout-outs to and thanks to?
Yeah, the first shout-out goes to our GTE guys, because that was a freaking hell of a race for them. It started so well, and they thought that we can just cruise it home in the top 5, and then they got caught up in some incidents and had to serve some penalties, and they also had some issues when serving the penalty, and it was a whole mess. And then I think 2 hours before the race ended, there were nearly no hope of getting away with the championship there. And then things just happened in our favor, and that we now get away with the championship equal by points. I think, that's quite amazing, and the guys certainly freaked out in the TeamSpeak after we realized that we get away with the championship eventually.
Yeah, I was keeping an eye on the points the whole time, and when the Hellracer's car fell back to second, it turned out that you guys were, the GT car was going to be equal on points, but obviously with the number of wins that the GT car picked up, it took the championship on countback. But thank you for coming and chatting with us, and congratulations to you on the race win and your team on the GT championship.
Thanks, guys.
That was our winners in the LMP2s. And now we have our winners in the GT Pros, Casper DeCourt and Julian Bell in that Graphite Racing Pro 292. Let's start with the end of the race. Congratulations, guy. Casper, you were the one in the car, and you find yourself chasing down the leader for the win after 10 hours with about 10 minutes to go. What's going through your mind?
Well, I knew I had better tires. I knew they had a bit of damage, so I had a bit of straight line speed. So it was just a matter of waiting for a chance to come up. Really, there was a few laps where I was close, and traffic split us apart again. But it was just about staying calm and making sure that I didn't bin it into him, but actually got by safely and cleanly. Now,
Julian, obviously you were outside of the car as that was happening. Did you make Casper aware at all of what this would mean for Hellraiser's Heresy Championship, or you didn't even want to bother his mind with that sort of stuff?
No, I was just let him race. Knew that he would handle everything fine. And after we had passed them and were clear by a couple seconds, I let him know what the positioning was. But no need to bring it up before then. You did a great job.
Yeah, this is a double point, so this will jump you well up the order with a full 40 points here at the end. I'm not sure exactly where this puts you in the standings, but what does this do for next season? Seeing yourselves take a victory, of course, in a 10-hour race and know that you've got what I believe is at least a top 5 in the points. Does that give you goals to set for next time around?
I think next season is going to be another championship run. I think we won last season. This season we started out by trying again. It didn't work, but we got 3 podiums, 1 win, and then 3 not so good results. But I think it shows that we could definitely have another run at the championship next season.
Oh, we will look forward to that as you gave us some thrills at the end. Anybody you'd like to thank before you go?
Thanks to you guys. You guys did a great job all season, and it's really fun to watch these back afterwards. The whole team at DGFX, and of course our teammates, all of them, even the AM drivers, everybody helped each other out during the season, and all the other drivers in the teams. It was a fun season racing against everybody.
Great stuff. That was Julian Bell and Casper de Kortz, our winners of the Graphite Racing Pro in the GT Pro class. Up next, Ryan is going to be talking to actually what are his teammates and champions in the LMP2 class.
Yeah, after an exciting closing stages of the race where the gap came down to about 0.3 seconds at the line, I believe, David Barraclough and Dawson Brock taking second place in the LMP2 class, and with that, the championship. First off, David, how was the closing stages of the race? I believe you only had about 1 off-track left to use with 35 minutes remaining. How was that, trying not to go off-track?
Looks like we may have lost David here.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, to answer the question, it was tough. We didn't have too many left, with about 3 hours, 5 in the bag, and then a few things happened, and with about maybe an hour to go, I think we had 2, and I had 1 for the last, you were absolutely right, 1 for the last 35 minutes, so tried to back it off a little bit, but then as Adequate and Jonathan Dance got closer, I had to start going a little bit faster again, and it turned out in the end it was just enough.
Yeah, I mean, at one point in the race, it seemed to be your pace dropped off a little bit. Was it just struggling with the night time, or is it any stuttering issues, or is it just struggling at night time, or just with the setup in general?
I mean, I think our setup wasn't the best at night. It was pretty good in the day, and when it got a bit cooler and it seemed that a couple of the other teams, Huiskenveld especially, found a lot of pace, and we didn't really find that much at all compared to the previous time of day. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. We got P2, we got the championship. I can't believe it. I really just, we hadn't had a win all season. We've just tried to be consistent, and when that yellow came out halfway through the race, having been leading reasonably comfortably, when we caught the penalty on pit entry because I just managed to go a little bit too fast and overtook a car who stayed out on track. I didn't speed or anything, but iRacing gave me a penalty which put me at the end of the line, and with about maybe 4 hours to go, I thought it was going to be unlikely, but somehow things kind of fell into place, and we were able to pull it out.
And over to your teammate Dawson Brock as well. How was that for you, Dawson? How was your stunts? I believe you kept it in one piece, but I never had any doubt about. But you kept it in one piece and done the job that you were required to do. But how was the race for you as well?
Yeah, I kept it in one piece, but we're talking about the incidents. I kind of put David's back against the wall. I picked up way too many incidents, wasn't consistent, and wasn't fast enough. I was very angry after my stint. But we got it done. I couldn't believe it. That was amazing driving there at the end. We've had our moments. We were very consistent this season. I think we scored points in every single race, I believe. So I think we did a great job, and I think that drive at the end just to cap it off was the cherry on top for us.
I mean, you both of you guys, how do you feel that the seasons went? Dawson, you said it's been consistent, but overall, how do you think it's been for the team in general? Do you think I don't know how to say. I know you guys have won the championship, but how do you think it's been this season? Has it been good, or is there any improvements that you think you could have done?
I know a Watkins Glen finish where we got into a tangle with, I believe, a P2 car, where if we would have had a better finish there, that would have been extra points where we wouldn't have been, in as tight of position here. But here and there, little things like that. But otherwise, it went great. We had great pace all season, and it's been really good.
Yeah, just to back up what Dawson was saying, I think we've driven reasonably well and tried to pick up points at every round. And yeah, there were a couple of scrapes along the way. We caught a penalty in Detroit, which cost us the win there, and also had that tangle at Watkins. And I think that was really the only two material things that I can think of all season long. So I think we're very happy with where we've came. And yeah, there's not much more to add than that.
Good stuff. And before I let you guys go, is there anyone that you would like to thank for this season?
So, firstly, I'd like to thank my teammates, and I'm sure Dawson will agree with me in thanking everyone who came together to run the cars for Talk Free Racing this year. I know our GT E and our LMP1 cars haven't had as much luck as us this season, but I'd like to thank them for in with us. And but then as far as the LMP2 goes, it was myself, Dawson, and Ryan doing most of the heavy lifting throughout the season, but also with a little bit of help from George and Jake and Ronnie in around. So I'd like to thank all them, I guess. And then secondly, thanks to DGFX for putting on such a fantastic championship. Long may it continue. We're looking forward to coming back and trying to defend the championship next year, I guess. Thanks to you guys at GSRC. You do a mega job, really, really great job. Every broadcast you put on is so well produced, and very thankful for you guys for putting on such a great show for us. And lastly, thanks to our sponsors. That would be Infinity Decals. Go check them out. They will sort out a decal or even some merch for you. Just go on their website. And also TeamSpeak. We've got them on the car for the first time this year, and having them on the car has been really great. So it's amazing that we could bring home a championship for both our sponsors. And I think that about covers it. Is there anybody else I've forgotten, Dawson?
No, you're pretty good at doing that part.
Okay, I'll leave it at that then.
Well, yeah, good stuff. Thanks for joining us, guys. And before I let you go, I'm not sorry for doing this on the broadcast, Joe Peak, but champion!
You deserve it, Ryan. Thank you so much. You did put in a great stint earlier on this race.
Cheers, buddy.
That was our champions in the LMP2 class. Ryan, of course, pretty hyped getting to watch his own team take the championship, as he calls it, on air. But we're going to close up after 10 hours here today. 11 hours of coverage for us because we had qualifying as well. With a big thank you ourselves to the DGFX series for bringing us back for another season of coverage. This was awesome stuff. And also to iRacing for putting us on the iRacing Esports Network. Make sure and subscribe when you get the opportunity. All you got to do is click the big red button that says subscribe. It's right below us here on the YouTube page. Thanks to the companies that provide the software and the hardware for our broadcast listed here on your screen. And additional thanks go to June Lalonde to provide our wonderful music. See the screen for how to get a hold of more of her great work. Thanks to the team today, Adam, Jeff, Mick, Richie, Stefan, Christian, Rocco, Ryan, Sean, and Dougie. If you'd like to find out more about GSRC, including upcoming races, you can find it at globalsimracingchannel.com. You can also check out our social media, where our Twitter is @GSR Channel, Facebook is Global Sim Racing Channel, and Instagram is GSRC_Graham. We hope to be back for another season of coverage. If we do, it'll be once again on a Saturday at 8 a.m. Eastern, but we have upcoming races for other series listed on the screen, so check those out and mark them down on your calendar. But until next time, race clean, race hard. We'll see you on the track.